Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Chrissy Siggers, and today we're going to talk about turfgrass selection. How do you choose? Well, so turfgrasses are really a resource. Sometimes turfgrasses get a bad reputation as maybe water hogs or using a lot of fertilizer, a lot of pesticides. But if we manage these grasses correctly, we can really get a lot of resources out of them, like soil erosion control, noise abatement, heat abatement, um, sequestration of carbon dioxide, and also production of oxygen. So really, we can get a lot of resources out of turf grasses. So what's unique about a turf grass? Well, turf grasses, I think, are the most unique plant in the world. I think they are so cool. They can do a lot. They have so many different characteristics that can allow them to act a certain way. And so when we think about a grass, it's much different. It has a lot of different features than things like our shrubs or even our trees have. And so if we look right where the rhizome is coming out of the root, right where the main stem is coming out, there's a area of that plant known as the crown. And so I used to teach my students that this was the heartbeat of the turfgrass plant. And so I really think that's true because it's our growing point, right? It's where all of our meristematic tissue, our apical meristematic tissue is held, which means it's rapidly dividing cells. It's rapidly doing the process of mitosis, and it's growing a lot of our new plants from there. Now, that's not the only growing point that we're going to have on a turfgrass plant, but that is our main one. And so whenever we scalp our turfgrass, whenever we mow a little bit too low, we're actually damaging the crown. And so a lot of the times our grasses can come back from scalping. However, sometimes it's enough to kill the plant and our crown is just too damaged to come back. So in the next couple of slides, we're going to learn about some features of those grasses as well. So our first one we're going to talk about is a stolon. The stolons are above the ground stems. And so this is what you might see creeping along your sidewalk. You have to get your edger out and go edge your driveway or your sidewalk. We're removing mostly stolons. And so stolons are really unique. They can actually help us recover some of our areas if we are patient. So along each stolon is a feature called a node. And so at each node, that's another growing point of the plant. It's another type of meristematic tissue. So you could actually cut between each of those nodes and use it as a new plant. And so I've worked with some homeowners in the past, especially with small areas, to use their stolons to their advantage so they don't have to buy any new grass. So most of our warm season grasses will have stolons, but not all of them. The next feature we're going to talk about is rhizomes. Rhizomes are under the ground stems. Grasses like Bermuda grass, zoysia grass, seashore paspalum, bahia grass all have rhizomes. And so rhizomes are a very unique feature because it keeps our grasses with the ability to recover. And so not all of our grasses have rhizomes. So this is why you can't go out and pull a plant like Bermuda grass out of the ground and expect it not to come back. However, if we were thinking about St. Augustine only has stolons. And so we are much more likely to rid the area of St. Augustine by pulling it out rather than something like Bermuda grass. And so rhizomes are very unique because it not only gives us more capability of storing carbohydrates, which is basically energy that's made by photosynthesis, but it's also going to allow that plant to handle some further stress that only rhizomatous plants can do, not really if it's just stoloniferous. So think about the difference between St. Augustine and Bermuda grass. St. Augustine is only stoloniferous. If we go out and we severely scalp St. Augustine, we have much less of a chance of that grass recovering than if it was Bermuda grass. If we scout Bermuda grass really bad, it has rhizomes under the ground, which is going to allow it a much better chance to recover. So just thinking about these two key features and whether our grasses have them or not can really impact some of the management practices that we do. And then last, we have bunch type. So all of our grasses will have tillers, but bunch type grasses do not have stolons or they do not have rhizomes, which makes it much harder to recover some of those areas sometimes. So think about cool season grasses. Think about tall fescue. Think about perennial ryegrass. These are bunch type grasses. And so if we put one of these under a tree or if we use it as a winter grass, then we're going to have to reseed that area every year because they don't spread. So the next thing we're going to talk about is just a little bit of terminology. So we are going to talk about the differences between species and variety. So if you have taken a master gardener class before or you're just really into plants, you probably have heard about the binomial nomenclature, plant taxonomy. Carl Linnaeus, he's the father of plant taxonomy. He came up with the genus species, which is what we use for our scientific name. So let's look at Zoysia. So Zoysia is the genus and Japonica is the species. So once we've chosen a species of grass, we also have to think of further and choose a variety. So there's multiple varieties within each species of grass. And so all of them have their place. They all act differently. Some of them are better in shade. Some of them are better in traffic. So really, just choosing a species isn't enough. Because when you look at your local sod farm, they might have multiple varieties of that one species. And so this is where, you can call your county agent or someone like me, and we can help you figure out the differences between those varieties. Okay, so the first thing we really need to ask ourselves is which turf grass suits my climate? And so when I say this, I'm talking about the macro climate, the overall climate in the state of Texas, depending on where you are in the state. And so in the majority of Texas, we're really going to focus solely on warm season turf grasses. But in some parts of our state, like the northern part, especially in the panhandle, we are able to also grow cool season grasses. And so we can actually use some of the data that scientists are taking out there to our advantage. And so we have a program called the National Turfgrass Evaluation Program. You can find information about it at ntep.org. This is where you can find loads of data on different commercially available grasses and different varieties and experimentals of those grasses. And so we're basically putting the same grasses in multiple locations across the US. So then we can figure out how they're working in different environments. So then we're able to better recommend certain varieties for certain areas. So once we figured out our macroclimate, we really need to think about our microclimate, right? And so what's a microclimate? The microclimate in my yard could be vastly different than my neighbor across the street, even right next door. So the number one thing we really need to think about is shade. Shade is probably the number one question that we get when we start talking about inputting a grass on a home lawn or a yard. So we can create shade a lot of different ways, right? Oh, excuse me. Shade can be created by trees. They can be created by buildings. They can be created by structures in your yard, hardscapes, those kinds of things. And so really knowing about the amount of light in your yard is important. Irrigation, do you have it? Do you want it? What about your soil? Do you have sand? Is your pH acidic? Or do you have clay? And do you have an alkaline pH? These are things that we really need to know before we can suggest you a turf grass. The big one, what are you going to use it for? Is it just going to be a beautiful area of your yard for you to go out to a couple of times a year and have a barbecue? Or is it going to be a football field? So, are your kids overusing it? Are your dogs overusing it? This is really going to impact the type of grass we recommend for you. And then what are you expecting? What can you do? What management wise? Are you expecting a golf course green? Are you expecting a nice football field? Or are you okay with having a little bit lower quality or a little bit? So today we're going to talk about mostly warm season species, but we are going to talk about a few species of cool season grasses. So when we think about cool season grasses, the reason we don't use them mostly in Texas because they're not adapted to our area. So they have low water use efficiency, low nitrogen use efficiency. They really like the temperature range of 60 to 75. And so, fall, early spring, this is the time these plants are thriving. And so once we get into the summer, especially in most parts, if not most parts of Texas, it's going to be too hot for them. And so when that occurs, we're going to have high disease incidence, especially the fact that they lack some of those growth habits we were talking about with rhizomes and stolons, that it doesn't allow them to recover as much from stresses, especially drought, pests, traffic, those types of things. Now, some of our state is adapted to cool season species, and so we will talk about those species that are mostly used a little bit later on in the program. So, with warm season species, our state is very adapted for warm season turf grasses. They use water better, they use nitrogen better, they have that ideal temperature range of 80 to 95. But, we think about a lot of times in our year and our temperatures aren't in that range, right? And so we have to be okay once it gets above 95, our grasses aren't going to grow as well. They're going to kind of stop and they might off color a little bit. And so it's really important to know that we need to manage these grasses when they're actively growing. And so that's just a little bit of something to think about. They're also very, very drought hardy, and they're also able to recover really easily from a lot of different stresses. And so this is why they're very usable in the state of Texas. Like I said earlier, they have different growing seasons. Cool season species are going to grow when it's cooler outside in the um, early spring, in the fall, and then our warm season grasses are going to grow in the spring and the summertime. And so we really want to focus our management practices and also our selection with the time of year that we're going to use this grass the most. Now, if we had a yard and we also managed a football field, especially high school football. Let's think about high school football. When is most of high school football played? In the fall, right? And so if we're in an area where we might be susceptible to a little bit of cold weather, we might have to think about using a cool season grass on top of our warm season grass, which we'll call overseeding, which we'll talk about later, because that's the time that our grass is getting used, right? But in our yard, we might think about the opposite time. So that's where it gets, site use is getting where we really need to choose what type of species we want. So grass species does matter, choosing the wrong one for the wrong location. Um, we don't have irrigation or it's going to get too cold for that type of species. Choosing the right grass really does matter. We don't want to end up in a situation like this where we came in and we sodded and the use site wasn't correct for that species of grass. Okay, so we're going to go through these turf grasses. First, we're going to go we're going to talk about Bahia grass. And you might be saying, why in the world are you talking about Bahia grass? This is not for a yard. And so this is very, very typical seed head of a Bahia grass, the peace sign, right? So really overall, Bahia grass is a poor choice for our lawns. They have, low density. We just saw the major seed head problem. We're going to have to keep mowing to keep those seed heads down. A lot of times we probably consider it a weed, but a lot of places in Texas have open areas that they just need a grass on, right? And so Bahia grass is actually pretty aggressive and pretty hardy. And so Bahia grass has rhizomes. It's actually in the same genus as Dallas grass, Paspalum notatum. It's actually very similar to Dallas grass. And so when we talk about Bahia grass, especially if we have it in a pasture type area near our house, we're likely to potentially get contaminated anyway. And so it does have very, very deep rhizomes, and you can see by this photo, it's very clumpy, but it can be a erosion control if you have an area that is well suited for it and that you don't really care how it looks because, as you can see, the seed heads aren't the most beautiful thing ever. Next, we're going to talk about Bermuda grass. It's no secret among my colleagues that Bermuda grass is my favorite turf grass. I came from Oklahoma State University for grad school, and they have a Bermuda grass breeding program there. And so I really just think it's the most versatile grass that there is, unless you have shade. And so Bermuda grass cannot thrive in the shade. It really needs 8 hours at least of direct sun in most cases. Now, some varieties of Bermuda grass have a little bit more of shade tolerance than others, but it's not going to be substantial. And so, really, 8 hours of sun a day or more, it really is going to thrive in that area. So, Bermuda grass, the top left photo is a photo of frost damage. So, sometimes we'll say like a zebra stripe or a zebra pattern. And so, this is what happens, especially if you have dense and healthy Bermuda grass and there's a quick frost that hits, it can definitely damage it. And so Bermuda grass really has a lot of different features. It has a lot of different use sites. It does have stolons. It does have rhizomes. And so it can be managed a little bit more aggressively in some cases than some other grasses because it is so aggressive. So I know this is a busy slide, and I'm not going to read everything, but the biggest beneficial trait, it's very adaptive. And so we have two different types of Bermuda grass that we're going to talk about today. We have common Bermuda grass, which is Cynodon dactylon, and then we have clonal hybrid Bermuda grass, which is a cross between Cynodon dactylon and Cynodon transvalensis, which is known as African Bermuda grass. So if we look at the top right photo, Patriot is a clonal hybrid Bermuda grass. So it's a cross. And then U3 is kind of like just a common Bermuda grass, which is going to be Cynodon dactylon. And so the limits of this grass is really shade tolerance. It really cannot take shade. It does have a few pest problems such as armyworms and spring dead spot. However, in most of Texas, we don't have to worry about spring dead spot occurring. Um, like I said, it has a lot of use sites. It's very hardy. It's very heat, drought, wear tolerant, all of those things. And so we kind of just saw some of these photos, but it does have stolons. It does have rhizomes. Um, it's very, very aggressive grass. This is some examples of its inflorescence. So the seed heads, common Bermuda grass will have typically about 3 to 6 racemes that are coming off. We also can call them fingers. And common Bermuda grass is going to be able to produce seed. It's going to be able to pollinate. It's going to produce pollen. Um, when we get over to the right and we talk about hybrid Bermuda grass, which remember is a cross between common Bermuda grass and African Bermuda grass, we're typically going to find two racemes. Maybe we don't have many seed heads depending on the cultivar. And so the hybrid Bermuda grass is going to be sterile. It's not going to produce any viable seed. And that's all because of its chromosome number. And so the way we can establish them are different, right? Common Bermuda grass can be established by seed, sod, or plugs. We don't recommend establishing common Bermuda grass from sprigs, especially if it's an improved common Bermuda grass. African Bermuda grass is not commercially available. And then we have our clonal hybrids, which is a cross, remember? So no seeds, only sod, only sprigs, which is pieces of grass with a couple different nodes, maybe 2 to 3 nodes, and plugs. So no seeds. Seeds are sterile. So this is vegetatively propagated Bermuda grass, so only by vegetative structures. So they have to be established by sprigs, sod, or plugs. So in general, these varieties have a finer texture and usually a more desirable growth habit than seeded varieties. So typically, we will use vegetative varieties in high quality areas, especially, football fields and high quality sporting arenas, golf courses, and things like that. And so, there's just some popular varieties down here that you might have heard about. We're not going to talk about them. They're very, very different, and they all serve a different purpose. Our two newest ones, though, are Tahoma 31 and Tiff Tuff. They have different genetics for drought tolerance, and so they're both very drought tolerant. But they they are drought tolerant or drought resistant in different ways, and so their genetics do make them very, very drought tolerant. Whether that's using water more efficiently or having less evapotranspiration or transpiration occurring. And so they're really using water in different ways, but they are able to sustain themselves under lower water amounts than other ones. So Tiff Tuff is definitely becoming a pretty popular variety in the Texas area. So seeded Bermuda grasses. Seeded Bermuda grasses are a little bit more coarser in texture than the varieties we just talked about. In general, they're not always the most traffic or cold tolerant, especially if they are just a common variety. Now, these down here are more improved common varieties, which means they might have a little bit more use on some of our traffic areas like football fields, especially when we start talking about um, the improved varieties. Okay, next we're going to talk about buffalo grass. So buffalo grass does like a higher height, but it does need a little bit of nitrogen. Typically, we say about 1 to 2 pounds of actual nitrogen per thousand per growing season. Now, I really like to recommend around 1 pound, and a lot of the times, if you are mowing your buffalo grass, you can get it from the clippings or maybe from natural thunderstorms because lightning does break nitrogen bonds and actually give us some nitrogen in our soil. And so buffalo grass really only needs around 1 to 2 pounds per year. It really does not like to be over managed. It loves the full sun, very typical or similar to Bermuda grass. It needs a lot of sun. It needs 8 hours of sun a day to thrive. It's definitely on a higher scale of sun requirement. These are some varieties of buffalo grass. The top three, these are not all of them. These are just some common ones. The top three you can buy in a sodded form, and the bottom three you can seed. And so with buffalo grass, I said it doesn't like to be overmanaged, it doesn't like to be over fertilized, and it doesn't like wet feet. It doesn't like a lot of water. So really, buffalo grass is thriving in areas that get about 25 to 30 inches of rain per year. And so when you think about where is that in Texas, it's not a lot of places, right? And so buffalo grass might be uh, used some in the DFW area. It might be used in other areas that don't get a lot of rain, but it's likely not going to be used anywhere down, in the southern part of the state because there's just too much rain for it to be able to sustain itself. So we use buffalo grass. So buffalo grass is our only native turf grass. And so a lot of times we'll say it's more drought tolerant. It is. It's very drought tolerant, but it will off color in the drought. We say, well, we can really, use sustainable practices for this grass. It doesn't need that much management. Well, behind the sidewalk is going to be more sustainable practices, less fertilizer, less water. It's kind of browning a little bit. What about in front of the sidewalk? That's going to be using the recommended amount of water, the recommended amount of fertilizer, the recommended management practices. And so what do you think? We can use these grasses as being more sustainable, but we really have to know what to expect. Remember earlier when we were talking about expectations? Well, what can we live with? Like I said, buffalo grass really it likes a higher height, and I think it's beautiful in its natural state. So we can see it non-mowed and then mowed at 3 inches. Some of our new varieties don't even really grow that high anymore. We have some that are growing, 6 to 8 inches in height. We have some that are growing a little bit higher, and so really you can pick what type of growth habit you want now through genetics. And so really our main buffalo grass breeding programs are going to be located at the University of Nebraska or in Nebraska. So I like to mention this especially to people that are in rural areas. If you have buffalo grass and it goes dormant, or it goes dormant from the cold, or it goes dormant from the drought, then the brown canopy is pretty flammable. So I actually worked with buffalo grass a decent amount in Oklahoma. And so we did this study because we did a lot of roadside management things and, just to figure out, well, buffalo grass is pretty dang flammable, especially when it's brown. So be careful if it's around desirable structures, if there were a fire to get out. Okay, so the next one we're going to talk about is centipede, and I now see that I got a little bit of out of order in my alphabetical order, but we are going to talk about centipede next. So centipede, I like to call it the lazy man's grass because, it really doesn't require a lot. It requires a little bit of mowing. It requires low fertility, kind of similar to buffalo grass, 1 to 2 pounds of nitrogen per thousand per year. It likes a low soil pH. So really it's going to thrive in a pH below 6. So once it starts getting to about 6.2, 6.5, it's really going to probably decline. It's going to not live up to its potential in a higher soil pH. So it really likes acidic soils. It can be established by seed. And so it's very versatile in that respect, but it does take a while for the germination to occur. So Bermuda grass seed takes about 7 to 14 days to germinate, and centipede takes about 21 days to germinate. It does kind of have a lime yellow-green color. It doesn't do well in the shade. It doesn't do well in traffic, and it doesn't have that high of a cold tolerance, especially frost. Frost will knock it back. Frost will turn it brown. And centipede also only has stolons, just like St. Augustine. Sometimes we can confuse it with St. Augustine. And so we see one of the seed heads here, kind of purple thin stalk seed head. And so I'll show you a little bit later some comparisons between centipede, carpet grass, and St. Augustine grass. And so similar to St. Augustine, it does produce stolons, but we can tell that it's different on the stolon front because centipede is going to be producing alternate. It's going to have alternate leaves, where St. Augustine is going to have opposite. So there is something that really will attack or centipede decline. It can be attributed to numerous factors: overfertilization, thatch accumulation, overwatering, even underwatering. I mean, most grasses are susceptible to overwatering or underwatering, and then herbicide injury. So centipede can decline. Also, once it gets to a higher soil pH, it really can start declining. Okay, the next grass we're going to talk about is carpet grass. So you can see by the photo that it already looks pretty similar to St. Augustine, maybe looks very similar to centipede grass. So maybe we can confuse these. So some of you might be saying, I've never heard of carpet grass before. And that's really probably because it's recommended for wet and acidic soil. So might not be relevant to a lot of parts of our state, but specifically East Texas areas that have acidic soils, sometimes even mix it with centipede for a more dense area or a more dense lawn area. And so you can see that it is very similar in management to centipede. However, it does have some tall seed stalks, and they can start being unsightly, which can be a problem. But if you mow regularly, then you can knock them down pretty easily. It does produce only solons, just like centipede, just like St. Augustine, low traffic tolerance, and it does have limited herbicide options. So look at the leaf. It looks very similar to St. Augustine and centipede in some aspects. And so we have an example of our seed head down here in the bottom right. It can look similar to crabgrass seed head. It can look similar to some of our Bermuda grass seed heads if you don't know. And so just coming familiar with some of the characteristics of these grasses can really help you ID them. And so you can't really tell by this photo of the yard, but if you look really closely behind the seed head, you can see that it's not very dense. And so a lot of times that's the reason that we mix it with centipede grass. And so if you have an area that's wet, if you have an area that's acidic, that's already primed for centipede grass, then you can consider mixing the two. Okay, here's St. Augustine. So we can already see on the stolon that the leaves are opposite, right? Compared to centipede grass. Centipede grass has alternate leaves, where St. Augustine has opposite. And so St. Augustine is known as our most shade-tolerant warm season grass, and I say that in general. We do have a few varieties of zoysia grass, specifically zoysia matrilla, which we'll talk about next, that are a little bit more shade-tolerant than some of our St. Augustines. And so they're the most shade-tolerant, about 4 to 5 direct hours of sun. If those direct hours of sun come with some filtered light or dappled light throughout the day, it's going to like it even more. So St. Augustine can be dark green. It's a very coarse leaf. It's a very wide leaf. It does have poor cold tolerance. This is probably our most susceptible warm season grass to diseases and insects. And so just learning how to manage the environment a lot of times is very important when we talk about managing St. Augustine. And so this is vegetative establishment only. There is currently no seed, and it produces only stolons. And so you can tell it's a very coarse textured, but you can see how it could be confused with carpet grass or centipede grass as well. And so which St. Augustine grass should we choose? This is a photo of our grass breeder at the Dallas Center, Dr. Ambika Chandra. She is in charge of breeding St. Augustine, zoysia grass, and we also have a Texas bluegrass program that's going on. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. Here are some of our vegetative cultivars that are available. Actually, I don't know if Sapphire is available in the state of Texas, but Amerishade, Del Mar, Floritam, Palmetto, Raleigh, Palmetto and Raleigh are probably our most common ones in the state of Texas. We do have bouts of Del Mar and bouts of Floritam, but probably up in the DFW area, we have mostly Raleigh, and down in the southern part of the state, we have mostly Palmetto. And so Palmetto is going to be a little bit more shade tolerant than Raleigh, but Raleigh might be a little bit more cold tolerant than Palmetto. So that's kind of why we use Raleigh more in the northern part of the state. Zoysia grass. So zoysia grass is very, very versatile. We have about 10 species of zoysia grass overall, and we have 8 of those species at the Dallas Center. And so zoysia grass is really a cool plant. It's moderately shade tolerant. And when I say that, it needs about 5 to 6 direct hours of sun, but it can thrive in heavy dappled light or heavy areas of dappled light, but also, filtered light. 5 to 6 hours of direct sun with that dappled and filtered light really is going to help. And so it can be very dense. As we saw earlier, that rhizome pad that we saw earlier was actually zoysia grass. So it can get a very dense canopy. It's very wear tolerant because it's so dense. However, once the canopy gets broken down, a lot of our cultivars or varieties are very slow to recover or slow to establish. And so it has stolons, it has rhizomes. You can get some seeded types. There's 2 seeded types available. But like I said earlier, it's very slow to establish and very slow to recover. It's also expensive to establish. Sod is going to be more expensive on zoysia grass. And we also say that this grass is difficult to mow. Why? Because the grasses have a higher silica content. They're stiff. They kind of feel like a needle. In contrary to Bermuda grass, where Bermuda grass will be very soft, zoysia grass will be very tough and be very stiff. And so sometimes it can really break down our mower blades a little bit faster. And so this is really cool photo of Bermuda grass in a zoysia grass fairway. What do you notice about this? Hopefully you can notice that Bermuda grass has dew on it. And so this is actually a really good way to identify Bermuda grass in a zoysia grass stand. So Bermuda grass early in the morning will have dew collected on it where zoysia grass will not. And that's the reason, or that's a really easy reason to, or really easy way, to identify those differences. And so the stolon that we see below is a stolon of Meyer zoysia, which is our oldest zoysia grass hybrid that we have, or species that I think we got first released back in the 50s. And so you can see that the leaves are very upright, almost at a 90-degree angle coming off of the stolon. So which zoysia should we choose? Vegetative cultivars, we have coarse textured, we have medium textured, we have fine textured. The most common one that homeowners probably use is Palisade zoysia or El Toro, Empire, Jammer. Palisades is probably the most common one I hear about in the DFW area specifically. And so we have a new one that was released from Texas A&M and Kansas State. It's called Innovation. It's going to be equal cold tolerance to Meyer zoysia, which is an older coarse textured variety. And so Innovation is going to be medium textured, and it's going to be the most cold tolerant medium textured grass that's out there right now. And so they're actually doing some tests with it up in the Panhandle to see if it can handle the winters. So then we go with our fine textured zoysias. Our fine textured zoysias are going to have a little bit more shade tolerance than our coarse textured zoysias. We typically recommend these for areas of high quality mowing, such as reel cutter, reel mower. A lot of these are used for golf courses, fairways, tee boxes. The most common fine textured zoysia variety for home lawns is probably Xeon or Zorro. And then we get into our seeded cultivars, Zenith, Compadre. You know, we are working on seeded cultivars here at Texas A&M, but Zenith is probably the most available type of zoysia. Seed head comparison. So we're going back, kind of got a little bit out of order here, going back to carpet grass, centipede, and St. Augustine. We can see the different seed head comparisons here. So if we have a seed head, we are very easily able to ID the differences between these grasses. We get into the collar ligule area where the sheath kind of meets the leaf blade, and we can see that they're so different. Carpet grass has sparse hairs. Centipede grass has almost a cottony-like appearance at that ligule. And then look at the collar. The collar of St. Augustine is very compressed. It's very narrow, where the collar of carpet grass is very broad and centipede is kind of in the middle. So we really can easily tell the differences between these grasses, especially if we look at these areas. Okay, seashore paspalum. This grass is very similar in appearance to Bermuda grass in a lot of cases. It does have high salt tolerance, excellent salt tolerance. So we see it on coastal areas a lot, on golf courses near ocean areas. It does have fair to good wear tolerance and recovery. We're starting to see this used on some soccer fields, some baseball fields down in the southern part of the state. It does well in wet conditions. You know, it stripes really easily. It can make those beautiful patterns on the football field or the soccer fields that we see a lot. But it does have limited cold tolerance. So we don't use it a lot up in the north part of the state because of the lack of cold tolerance. The newest cultivar we have out there is Platinum, and it's being used on a lot of our soccer fields in the state of Texas. It will be used on our new Austin FC soccer field, and so it does have its place. It does look very similar to Bermuda grass in appearance. So warm season grasses, you know, I get asked a lot, how can we mix these? Can we not? You know, how are they going to look? Well, this is an example of St. Augustine and centipede grass mixed, and there was a frost. And remember earlier we said that centipede really doesn't like the cold weather, or the frost especially, and so it has turned off color. And so that's very, very typical of warm season grasses. Some of them will look different at different times of the year, and they don't always mix the best. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about are our cool season grasses. So remember earlier we said they have a bunch type growth habit. Some of them do have rhizomes, such as Kentucky bluegrass, but most of them are going to be tiller only, and so that means they won't spread. And so they have that ideal growth temperature between 60, 75 degrees. Many of them can be seeded, and they're really not ideal for most of our Texas summers. So a lot of times we'll use cool season grasses specifically for overseeding purposes. And so if we are going to overseed like a sports field or maybe our home lawn, I would always only recommend you to overseed a Bermuda grass home lawn. I don't recommend for you to overseed any of the other types of warm season grasses, maybe unless it's seashore. But, you know, having seashore on your home lawn is probably going to be rare. And so if I had Bermuda grass, I would feel very comfortable overseeding it with ryegrass just because of the ability of it to withstand that type of thing. It's very common on football fields. I would never overseed zoysia grass just because it's going to take a lot longer for the zoysia grass to recover from the competition of the ryegrass. And also St. Augustine, I would not overseed as well. And so we can use our cool season grasses such as ryegrass, even rough bluegrass to overseed some of our areas. Shaded areas, specifically in the DFW area, I see, tall fescue used a lot under our shade. It is our most heat tolerant warm season grass in general, and so it really thrives in some of the shaded areas, and so it can work, especially if you know how to manage it. Okay, so ryegrass, as I said, it's not going to be a permanent lawn in Texas. It's going to be used maybe for winter color or temporary lawn if you want to redo an area, but you just don't have the time to get your desired species down before the weather changes. Maybe we can use it as an erosion control. Often overseeded into warm season grass, but remember, I said that I would only recommend for a homeowner to overseed into a Bermuda grass lawn. Perennial ryegrass is going to be higher quality than annual. It's going to require less frequent mowing. It's going to be darker green color. It's going to have smaller seed heads, but it is going to be more expensive. And it's going to be a little bit harder to get rid of at the transition zone or the transition period. So annual ryegrass is going to mostly die out with the heat. It's going to be a little bit easier to mow out than perennial ryegrass, especially if you get a high quality one, because they're staying a little bit more high quality these days. This is a perennial ryegrass overseeded Bermuda grass lawn. Perennial ryegrass has that kind of red area near the crown, near the bottom of the leaf. And so that's an ID feature there, but we're not going to get into cool season grasses very much. Tall fescue does best in light shade, so under a big tree, it's going to really work out for it. It will go semi-dormant, especially if in direct summer sun, if it gets really, really hot. But seeds are readily available. You can plant them each year. Now, we recommend for you to plant them in the fall only because it just gives the tall fescue more of a chance to get established before the heat comes. I have seen people successfully establish them in the spring, but it's a risk, right? And so just giving that plant as much chance to get established before the stressors come is going to be very, very, very beneficial. And so we want to make sure we're not choosing a pasture type tall fescue because we do have specific turf type tall fescues now as well. These are just some examples, fine fescue. We don't really see that used as much in the Texas area. We really use tall fescue a little bit more than we would a fine fescue. So you may be asking yourself, like, where can I get all these grasses that you talked about today? Well, we have a website called texasgrass.com that you can go on, and you can go to find a turf grass producer near you. And you can look at all the different varieties of grasses and the species of grasses that we grow in Texas. And so if our sod farm is a member of the Turfgrass Producers of Texas, then it's going to be on there. It's going to give you the location, it's going to give you the phone number, and all the grasses that they grow. So please visit texasgrass.com for all of your turf grass needs in Texas. And thank you for listening today, and I hope that this was helpful. Please do not hesitate to contact me or your local county extension agent for more information. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Becky Grubbs, and this is a 1-hour presentation on general turfgrass management. Now, this presentation is really focused more on master gardener interns and homeowners. It's very home lawn oriented. While a lot of the principles can be applied to professional turfgrass systems, there may be additional cultivation or management practices that we would see in those professional environments that are not discussed here. For more information on those, if you are a professional turf manager, you can contact myself or my counterpart, Dr. Chrissy Seegers, or visit our Aggie Turf website for more resources. So this presentation, we're really going to focus on 3 primary management practices that we see implemented in turfgrass systems. So the first is, of course, going to be mowing. The second will be irrigation, and the last one will be some discussion on cultivation practices. Mowing we typically define as the intermittent removal of leaf tissue to support a particular aesthetic or function. In other words, I mow in order to allow my turf or encourage my turf to look a certain way or behave a certain way so that I can have certain activities on it. And that is what really drives a lot of our mowing practices. This is typically going to be considered the most common management practice implemented in turf. So even if we choose not to irrigate or fertilize, we will often choose to mow for the purpose of controlling vegetation and reducing pests. One of the most important things to start off by saying is that mowing is a stress. This is something that the plant tolerates, but if we don't do it properly, we open the door to a lot of other management challenges in turf. And so this is why we always start off talking about this as part of our foundation. Appropriate mowing is going to include consideration of proper height, frequency, and equipment maintenance. I do like to start off talking a little bit about scalping. So scalping is injury caused by improper mowing habits or mowing practices that can lead to the removal of too much above ground growth. So remember that plants get their energy from photosynthesis. This is a process that occurs in the leaf tissue. If we remove too much of the leaf tissue at one time, we are going to put the plant in shock and potentially create other problems. Among these, we may see more weed activity. When we scalp, we tend to expose more of the soil. This allows weed seeds to germinate and emerge. We also compromise our turf's ability to compete with weeds until it recovers from that scalping. And so during that time, weeds are given the competitive edge to take over. We also see a relationship between scalping or improper mowing practices and certain diseases. So this is a photo of large patch disease. This is more commonly known by a lot of people as brown patch, which is what we call the same disease in cool season turf. And finally, we just have reduced overall stress tolerance. So as we lose that valuable leaf tissue, in excess, the plant will, like I said, go into shock. It will often pull on reserves, carbohydrates, and other plant structures below ground. And ultimately, we lose some of our resilience. We become less able to tolerate things like heat, drought, cold, traffic, and shade. And so that's obviously something we want to avoid. Now, there are times in which we may choose to scalp intentionally to fulfill a certain cultivation purpose, and we'll talk about that toward the end. But in general, this is something that we want to avoid throughout the growing season. I do like to start off talking a little bit about the crown. So in many plants, if you've taken a biology or horticulture class before, you may have heard a reference to the plant tip or the apical meristem as being the primary point of growth. This is something that we generally see at the top or the new growth, the tip of plants that are established. Well, in grasses, growth originates from a structure called the crown. Which is a compressed stem. It's close to the soil surface, down at the base of the plant, and this is where all of our turf grass organs or components originate. Unlike many other plants, like I said, this is close to the ground, and this is what ultimately allows turf grass to tolerate mowing. Each time we mow, if we're following appropriate practices, we are not removing that point of growth, so the plant is able to recover quickly and respond to that mowing in a favorable way. First thing that we'll talk about as it relates to mowing is going to be appropriate mowing height. This simply refers to the desired height of the turf grass canopy, which is determined by a few different things, including species, environment, management capability, and the intended use of the area. So you'll see some images here on the left. Obviously, we maintain a golf green at a very different height from a home lawn and an athletic field at a different height from each of those typically. And this all just has to do with what is that species or cultivar able to tolerate, How am I using this area? Am I able to go out and mow every day like we have to do on a golf green? Or am I only able to go out and mow every 7 to 14 days like we often do on a home lawn? So these are all just things that we consider in determining an appropriate mowing height. As a general rule of thumb, the taller the grass, the deeper the roots. And one of our primary goals in maintaining turf is to have deep, healthy roots. We typically see a relationship between above and below ground growth that we refer to as the root to shoot ratio. There are a lot of benefits to having taller grass and deeper roots, and among these, we have improved water infiltration. So you can think of each of those roots as being channels for water and air to move into the soil. So obviously, the more of those we have and the deeper they go, the more benefit that we will get from that plant vegetation. Deeper roots also mean access to deeper soil resources like water and nutrients. Deeper roots mean improved overall stress tolerance to some of our most common stresses, including traffic, heat, drought, and shade. Typically with taller grass, we see shading of the soil that prevents weed germination and emergence, and we also see with healthier turf that it's more competitive and able to crowd weeds out of the turf system. Taller grass also typically means a reduced mowing frequency, and we'll talk about why that is here in a second, but just know that if you err on the upper end of the recommended height range for your species, you typically do not have to mow quite as often as if we try to maintain a lower mowing height. We do want to stay within our recommended height range for our turf. Grass that is unkempt can attract activity from a lot of things, a lot of pests that we don't necessarily want in our yard right next to our house. This includes more activity from fleas and ticks, fire ants, rodents, as well as snakes. We will also see, particularly in more humid regions of the state, if we just kind of allow our grass to become very tall, that canopy stays very humid, and this can promote disease. So, for example, we may see more activity of gray leaf spot disease, which is common in the summertime in St. Augustine grass lawns. And so, our goal should be to, maintain tall turf that supports healthy roots, but also ensure that our turf stays upright and that our canopy stays kind of open and airy, good air movement in order to prevent disease activity. This is from one of our mowing publications, and this is a table that kind of overviews some of our primary warm season turf grasses and appropriate mowing heights that we would see for those species. So again, you've got kind of a range for each of these. Most of us are going to be in this first column of lawns and public spaces. And we have the option of kind of staying on the upper end of those ranges. You'll notice that common and hybrid Bermuda grass have slightly different recommendations. This is just because common Bermuda grass tends to be a little coarser and stemmier than hybrid Bermuda grass, which is typically bred to be more compact and dense. And so we may see different performance depending on how those grasses are mowed. Buffalo grass, we typically recommend a minimum of a 2-inch mowing height. If you can keep it taller than that, it typically will do better with a little bit higher height. If we leave it unmowed, it'll typically hover at between about 4 and 6 inches in height. And this is a prairie grass, so it wants to be treated like a prairie grass, and if we can allow it to be a little taller, it just typically does a little bit better. St. Augustine grass is one that people commonly mow too short. So we recommend a minimum height of about 2.5 inches. If you can keep it closer to 3, it typically does really well with that. We want a little bit of wiggle room in the deck so that we can have the option of gradually lowering the height if the turf gets too tall. But ultimately, we want to keep it, pretty tall. Again, around 3 inches is typically does a really nice job with St. Augustine grass. Zoysia grass, we typically divide into 2 main categories. We have our coarse textured zoysias and our fine textured zoysias. And we might have slightly different recommendations, as you can see there, depending on which of these we have. What I typically recommend with zoysia is just to watch how your zoysia responds to your mowing practices and adjust as needed. We have a lot of diversity amongst the cultivars of zoysia, and we may see that one zoysia stays very healthy and upright at a taller mowing height, whereas another starts to lay over on itself and choke itself out, and we don't want that to happen. So again, your goal is just to kind of keep an upright, open canopy. Keep a taller mowing height if you can, but if you notice the turf starts to lay over on itself and you start to have disease, you may need to lower that mowing height some. Similar recommendations for some of our cool season species. So most of us are going to have cool season lawns only if we're in far north Texas or up through the Panhandle. But you may have some experience with cool season species if you choose to overseed your lawn. This is a practice that some people choose to implement when they are looking for more winter color, or they're just looking for something, looking to kind of mix it up on their lawn. If you do have an overseeded lawn and that's the primary interaction you have with cool season grass, that will just be mowed at the same height as your warm season species that you've overseeded. And for some of these others, you'll find the recommendations here, tall fescue, fine fescue, and some of our bluegrass options. Mowing frequency is going to refer to how often the grass needs to be mowed in order to stay healthy. This is going to typically be determined by environmental conditions and growth rate, as well as the presence of seed heads and weeds. So we do have, depending on whether you are dealing with a warm season or a cool season grass, we will see differences in the growth habit and life cycle of these plants. So our most active months of growth for warm season turf grass, which is what a lot of us in the state have, will of course be spring through fall, with a peak during summer months, provided we have sufficient rainfall or moisture to support that growth. Cool season grasses have what we call a bimodal growth habit. So they primarily peak in growth during spring and fall, with a lull during the summer and harshest parts of winter. When possible, we want to adjust our mowing frequency in response to the rate of growth. And this is difficult for some of us, particularly if you hire a lawn service. We typically hire those services to come out at a regular interval. A lot of people typically have their service come out either weekly or every 2 weeks. Bermuda grass, when it's really actively growing in the summer, may need to be mowed as often as every 4 to 7 days, depending on our mowing height and environmental conditions. So, having somebody come out every 2 weeks may be acceptable sometimes, and other times it may mean that we get some stress and some scalping on our turf. Our growth rate will change throughout the year in response to temperature, moisture, and our nutrient inputs. The more you choose to fertilize, particularly adding nitrogen to your turf grass system, the more demand you will get for mowing frequently. What we really want to try to do is we want to follow what's called the 1/3 rule. So this is where we avoid removing more than 1/3 of the total canopy height in a single mowing. So in other words, if I choose to maintain a height of approximately 2 inches, I want to try to get out there and mow, around the time that my turf reaches 3 inches or before, so that I'm only removing about 1/3 of that total growth. If we do go through periods where areas become overgrown, which is common, especially during rainy seasons, just try to go out and drop the mowing height more gradually over several mowings instead of removing it all at one time. A lot of times people will ask me about mower selection. What is the right mower to use? So it really, I'm going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to show you some comparisons of different options, but, there's a lot of things that can kind of factor into this decision, and I always just suggest that people experiment a little bit and find what really works for them. We have two main types of mower blades that we typically see. We have our rotary mowers and we have our reel mowers. So if I go back to this other slide here, you'll see at the top there is an example of a rotary blade, and at the bottom is an example of a reel blade. If we compare these side by side, these are some of the things that we'll see. A rotary mower, we typically think of as having more of a machete cut. These tend to be a little bit easier to maintain. This is what most homeowners have. They tend to perform best at a slightly higher mowing height of at least an inch or greater. So that makes them pretty suitable for most home lawns. It's easier to adjust the height of cut on a rotary mower. They need to be sharpened often, but they tend to be easier to sharpen than reel mowers. And these can often be more efficient when we're managing large areas. Now, a reel mower, which some of you may think of as kind of an old school, we think of it as the original mower, right? These have a cleaner scissor cut to them. This makes for a better quality of cut overall, and it also makes it a better option when we're dealing with lower heights of cut. So if you do golf or if you like professional sports, those areas are typically going to be mowed with a reel mower because they're typically going to be less than an inch in mowing height. Reel mowers often require more maintenance and operator knowledge. They can be more difficult to sharpen. But they do sometimes make a better option for some of our coarser warm season grasses. A great example of this is going to be a fine textured zoysia grass. These tend to be very siliceous, meaning they have a lot of silica, and that means they can dull up blades very easily, and they may respond better to a reel mower and a really nice, clean, sharp cut. Reel mowers can also be a better fit for areas with a lot of undulations because the cleanness and sharpness of that cut to precision prevents scalping injury. Now, there, and that image is of a, just a typical manual reel mower. You can purchase a motorized reel mower, but they will be quite costly. So where we can get a pretty high quality motorized rotary mower for $300 to $600, we typically would be looking at over $1,000 for a nice motorized reel mower. Now you can use just the standard manual ones for less money, but they can sometimes be, again, a little more challenging to maintain, and it can be a lot of effort depending on how tall your grass gets before you're able to get out there and cut it. Other considerations for mower selection. Riding mowers can be great options if you have a lot of land, but this can also lead to soil compaction over time. So, just remember that you're using a very heavy piece of equipment. As you drive that over your turf and over your soil, there can be some long-term consequences to some of that we may have to address through cultivation. The best way to prevent some of that is to not use your riding mower when it is wet or damp outside. So if it's moist enough in the soil that you can feel your feet sinking into the soil, that's not a good time to go out with your riding mower. There are now a lot of options for electric and battery-powered mowers. These offer a greener alternative, and there's a lot more options than there used to be. It's just one of those things where you want to do your research. Some of these can be more expensive. They may be less powerful overall. They may have a short activity period. So you just want to do your research and make sure that you find something that's going to give you all of the traits or attributes that you want. We also now have robotic mowers that are available. These are still pretty expensive right now, but I think over time we'll see the price drop on some of these and they'll become more affordable. But you can kind of think of them as like a Roomba mower for your lawn, and they're pretty cool. Other mowing tips. Riding mowers can, There we go. Okay, so after mowing, irrigation is probably the most common turf grass practice. So we're going to talk a little bit about irrigation now and watering. The way that we irrigate can play a huge role in overall turf grass performance and health. It tends to be one of the more controversial practices that we have here in the state of Texas, just as a function of our limited water resources and the continuing drive to conserve those resources. So taking time to really understand how to irrigate efficiently and making sure that we don't overwater or waste water is really important, particularly in our state. We do see variable drought tolerance by species. So typically the most drought tolerant species that we will have available for turf in the landscape is buffalo grass, which is our primary commercially available native option. We do have some other native turf grass species that we will sometimes see incorporated in blends, but buffalo grass is probably the most well known. It's also available as both seed and sod. It's not going to be an ideal option for all parts of the state. So while it's very drought tolerant, the flip side of this is that it's not particularly tolerant of too much rainfall. So as we move further east and we start to exceed about 30 inches of rain a year, we may start to see a lot more competition from weeds and other grasses, as well as disease activity in this species. But if you're in central or parts of West Texas in the Panhandle, buffalo grass can do quite well, particularly if you're looking to conserve water in the landscape. After that, probably the next most drought tolerant species that we have is Bermuda grass, and we do have both common and hybrid Bermuda grass options out there. Bermuda grass, hybrid Bermuda grass sometimes is a little bit less invasive in the landscape than some of our commons. They typically are going to be sterile options that they will still spread vegetatively, but they're less likely to produce seeds that'll pop up in your beds and things like that. And we also will sometimes see more desirable growth characteristics with hybrid Bermuda grass than with some of our common. But common Bermuda grass is still a nice option, particularly in landscapes where we have a limited budget or a lot of area to cover, and we're just looking for something that's aggressive and efficient. Zoysia japonicas, or our coarse textured zoysias, are typically considered to be moderately drought tolerant. They do a nice job of retaining their green color in the landscape, even during hot summer months and during the winter. They don't typically go quite as brown as Bermuda grass might. And they make just a really nice, attractive, dense option for a lot of our landscapes. You know, they do a nice job of outcompeting weeds. Bahia grass, moderately drought tolerant. This is something that we see really more as a utility grass. We'll see it a lot of times on roadsides, but we do have some turf type Bahias that are popular in East Texas landscapes and as well as other areas of the southeastern United States. St. Augustine grass, this is going to be more of a moderate water user. We will see some variability across cultivars, and one of the driving missions behind our Texas A&M turfgrass breeding program right now is really to improve the drought tolerance in this species, because we know that it's one that a lot of people really love to use in their landscape. It's got great shade tolerance. It's very dense, it outcompetes weeds, very lush texture, attractive color, but sometimes it can be a little bit more of a moderate water user compared to some of these other options. Now, what I will say is that it still is going to be more drought tolerant than most of our cool season options are, because it is still a warm season grass, a C4 plant, which means it is more water use efficient overall. Zoysia matrella, these are our fine textured zoysias, may not be quite as tolerant of drought as some of our Zoysia japonicas based on some research. So again, there's a lot of diversity amongst our zoysia grass cultivars. So you may find, depending on the cultivar that you choose to use in your landscape, you may see very different response to drought, very different performance characteristics. And then finally, we have centipede grass, which is going to be probably our biggest water user. It's going to be really an option mostly just in our far east Texas lawns and landscapes. Tends to prefer a more acidic soil, which is another reason it does well out there. And it tends to prefer a little bit more natural rainfall throughout the year. A lot of the drought tolerance that's associated with our warm season grasses is the result of something that we call drought avoidance. This refers to the ability for these grasses to root deeply into the soil. We already talked about some of the benefits of that deep rooting in earlier slides. This is actually a study that was conducted almost 20 years ago, maybe more now, in San Antonio. And I know that photo is a little blurry, but it was a research trial. It was a partnership between Texas A&M and the San Antonio Water System, or SAWS. And what they did was they looked at over 20 different cultivars of warm season grasses. They had some St. Augustine, they had some zoysia, they had some Bermuda. And what you see here is they planted these in a rainout shelter area where they're able to pull that cover over the top of the turf using those tracks anytime it rained, so that they could subject all of these grasses to a 60-day drought and monitor how those grasses performed. Now, they imposed two primary treatments on these grasses. The first one was to allow them unlimited space to root. So they did not limit their rooting capacity at all. The second treatment was to limit rooting capacity to a 4-inch depth. In other words, they put a barrier in at 4 inches so that those plants could not root past that point. What they found at the end of the study was that the grasses that had unlimited potential to root or unlimited space to root all survived. Now, some of them went into what we call summer dormancy, meaning that they, essentially became dormant the way they would in the wintertime, but in response to drought. But they recovered once water was available again. All of the grasses that had limited rooting died in the study. And so what this really goes to show is the importance of having a deep root zone and encouraging deep root growth. This is something that's important to think about both during regular routine maintenance as well as on the front end when you're preparing a new area for planting. So one of the most common questions we might get is, how much should I water? Well, the PhD answer is it depends, and it depends on a lot of things. It depends on our species, the expectations for that area, the use of that area. So areas that are more heavily trafficked, where we have a lot of activity, typically are going to require more inputs to help the turf recover from that activity than areas that are largely aesthetic. We also we will also see differences in how often we need to water based on our other management practices. So if I'm putting a lot of nitrogen fertilizer out on that turf, if I'm choosing to cultivate aggressively, all of those things are going to drive water use and increase water demand. And then finally, of course, our management capabilities. What kind of system do we have? What are the municipal ordinances for my area? And how does that affect how much I can water? A lot of our irrigation programs are ET based, and ET is short for evapotranspiration. So if we break that word down, it is a combination of the word evaporation and the word transpiration. Evaporation is going to refer to water lost as vapor from the soil and other surrounding surfaces. Okay. Transpiration is going to refer to water lost from the plant as part of normal plant physiology. Okay. When we have an ET-based program, we estimate how much water actually needs to be provided to that plant based on things like wind, precipitation, plant characteristics, so that we can be more precise in how much water we're applying. This allows us to ensure that we don't underwater, but most importantly, it allows us to prevent overwatering. Transpiration occurs through a part of the plant called the stoma, or the plural of that is stomata. You may also hear the term stomate or stomates. Okay, those are used kind of interchangeably. These are pores on the leaf surface. They're typically found on the underside of the leaf. However, in turfgrass plants, we may see them just as often on the upper leaf surface. Now, the way that this works, and we've got this nice diagram here for you to look at, when plants are transpiring, we will see an influx of salts into these two guard cells. So these are the cells that frame the stoma opening, okay? When those salts move in, it drives water movement into those cells. So you remember your science basics, right? This is osmosis. Okay, as water moves into the cells, it causes the cells to become turgid and bow open. When the stoma or stomata are closing, those salts, which are primarily potassium ions, will leave the cells. This will cause the cells to become flaccid as they lose water, and they will become closed. Primary purpose of transpiration is to help cool the plant. Transpiration is influenced by a number of different things. Some of these are environmental drivers like temperature, wind, humidity, and solar radiation, which is light. It can also be influenced by the amount of soil covered and some of our soil characteristics. Transpiration can also be influenced by plant characteristics. So this includes the size and maturity of the plant. It includes the leaf shape, the amount of leaves, the way that those leaves are arranged. It can include the cuticle thickness, which is the barrier on the top of the leaf surface that can repel water and also help to keep water inside of the leaf. And it can also be influenced by pubescence or hair on the leaf. So that hair can form a protective barrier and also reduce transpirative losses. We typically estimate evapotranspiration using a hydrometeorological equation called the Penman-Monteith equation. So if you want to pull out a pen and paper, you can practice this now. I'm just kidding, okay? We typically will use weather stations to collect the essential data that goes into this equation, and then there is software to help calculate and produce what we call a reference ET, or an ETO. Now, what do we do once we have that reference ET? You know, we just talked about how every plant is different in terms of how it transpires, so we need a way to account for that as well. Well, this is an image of something called a weighing lysimeter. And really all you need to know about this is we've got our grass and our soil there, and we've got our initial weight at the beginning of the day, and we measure that change in weight throughout the day, which we equate to evapotranspirative losses, right? So as the plant loses weight throughout the day, we know that that is most likely a function of water being lost as vapor. This is then converted into inches of water. Okay, we refer to that value as an actual water use or actual ET value. Then we divide our actual ET, so how much water our Bermuda grass plant actually used, by our reference ET, which was measured by our weather station. This is used to produce a value called a crop coefficient. Okay, so what this really means is we can take this crop coefficient and we can apply that to our reference ET. And what this means is typically warm season grasses use about 60% of reference ET. Okay, and I'm gonna show you some examples here in a minute for what this really means. Okay, so again, warm season grass crop coefficient 0.6 or 60%. cool season grasses, we typically use a value of 0.8. Now, again, you'll commonly see this referred to as a crop coefficient, but we do have some sources that refer to this as a turf coefficient as well. So those terms can be used sort of interchangeably. Obviously, turf coefficient is going to be used more specifically in reference to turf, whereas crop coefficient is much broader and can apply to a number of different species. Now, these are average values. So what this means is if we have an area that's very heavily trafficked, like a sports field, or a really high value area like a golf green, we may use a higher crop coefficient or assume that the plant needs a greater percentage of what we estimate the losses are than 0.6. We also, the flip side of that is a quality factor can be used when our expectations are not particularly high. So we assume that if I, replace 60% of what is lost through evapotranspiration, I can maintain a pretty nice looking warm season grass. Now, if I get into July or August and my expectations shift and I don't mind that turf looks a little stressed as long as it means I'm conserving water, I can use my quality factor to adjust accordingly and reduce further how much water I'm trying to replace. So let's take a little example here. So this is data from the Texas ET network, and you'll see the address to the website up there at the top. This is from this week that I'm recording, and you will see there is a daily value, an ETO, that's our reference ET, so that's where the weather stations recorded all of the essential data. They plugged that into the Penman-Monteith equation, and they generated a reference ET value in inches of water. They have it for every day, and then down at the bottom, they have the total reference ET for the week. Now, as you saw on the previous slide, in order to determine how much water we need to replace, I would plug that into my equation, which is my reference ET multiplied by my crop coefficient multiplied by my quality factor. So I took my 0.93, that's my reference ET for this week. I multiplied that by my 0.6, which is my crop coefficient for warm season turf. And in this example, I used a quality factor of 1, meaning I did not want the turf to indicate or show any stress. This allowed me to produce a turf watering requirement of 0.56 inches. So what this means is I would program my irrigation system to produce a total output of around 1/2 inch in order to support my turf grass growth. Here's an example of a low stress quality factor. So you can see there I have my 0.93 again, my 0.6 crop coefficient, but this time I used a quality factor of 0.8. And this just means that I'm willing to see a little bit of stress on my turf. I don't want to see a ton, but I've got just under 1/2 inch now there calculated. If I don't care at all and I've got a utility turf area and I'm just kind of doing the bare minimum, I can use a quality factor of 0.4. And this allowed me to produce a total watering requirement of just under 1/4 inch. So you can see there's a big, about half the amount total of amount of water required if we wanted to have little to no stress. Now, one thing I'll just comment on here is that I don't recommend irrigating right now. We don't really need it. Typically throughout the state, unless you are in certain parts of very far south Texas, we don't need to start doing supplemental irrigation until typically late April and May. Now, it can vary a little bit from year to year. If you're trying to establish turf, there's some exceptions there, but if you already have turf that's established, we get a lot of natural rainfall this time of year. Our temperatures are not too high yet, and our turf grass is not growing as actively quite yet, and so we really don't need to water during this time. Now, there are weather stations set up on the Texas ET network throughout the state, but you will find there are some gaps here and there. So in addition to calculating this in real time, you also have the option of using the average or historic data from different parts of the state. So I would take my monthly average values. That's what each of these are here. This is my average total amount of reference ET throughout each of these months. I would divide that value by the number of days per month. And in other words, I take this total that we see for the month. I'm going to turn that into the average that I would estimate for each day. Then I'm going to multiply that by 7 to give me my weekly estimated reference ET. Okay. What this really just allows me to do is if I don't have a weather station near me, or I want to do some work to moderate my water use, but I don't necessarily want to be doing the math on this every single week to calculate, I can go through and determine roughly how much I'm going to need to irrigate on a weekly basis for each month. And I can just program my system at the beginning of each month and then adjust that as needed based on real-time precipitation. So if I have a week where I get a lot of rainfall, I just turn it off for that week, okay? So I went ahead and did that for some of our major cities throughout the state. And you'll notice I only have April through October on here, and that's because for the most part, with our warm season grasses, there's really no reason to irrigate your turf during the wintertime. For the more northern parts of the state, our turf tends to go dormant, so it's not growing at all. And even if you're further south, we just don't see the same rate of growth typically during the dead of winter that we would see during other times of the year. Now, if you are in far south Texas, you will have a longer growing season than North Texas, meaning that you may start to irrigate a little earlier and you may continue to irrigate a little bit later. But there should still come a time where you turn that off for 2 to 4 months in order to prevent disease and other issues from occurring in the landscape. So what I've done here is that this is the estimated weekly watering requirement for each month in inches based on historic reference ET data for each of these cities throughout the state of Texas. So you'll see, depending on where you are, there can be quite a bit of variability. In El Paso, our ET rates tend to be a lot higher as a function of the lack of precipitation and the very arid climate there. But this also means that because water resources are more precious sometimes in far western parts of the state, even though I may have a weekly ET or a weekly watering requirement of 1.6 inches, I may choose not to provide all of that, and I may choose to be more conservative. I may also have species that are more adapted to tolerate less water, right? So these are just average values, and it's just to give you a general sense, a general guideline to follow throughout the year. And what you'll notice is there's kind of a bell curve. So as we're getting the season started, we don't need as much water as we do during the peak, which is typically going to be June, July, and August. And then we begin to drop back down again. And that should be reflected in how you program your system. You shouldn't need to water the same amount every week from April to October. You should try to your best ability to scale that down during the spring and down during the fall. Okay. Typically during months of active growth, as you can see here, about a 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches of water is generally sufficient to maintain healthy turf. And again, we can reduce that further with our quality factor, depending on our expectation. And we would also see adjustments to this based on rainfall. So that's something that we would want to monitor and account for as well. Again, in general, warm season turfgrass does not need to be watered during winter months. I cannot tell you how often I see people watering their yard in December. Please turn it off. If you're that person, please turn it off, and please tell your neighbors to turn it off. Not only is it wasteful, but it can be harmful to your turf. You're keeping that area very moist during a time of the year where it cannot grow out of it, and during a time of the year where we typically already have a lot of rainfall. And so this can lead to a lot of disease in the early spring in our turf and a lot of just general rot in the yard. We also see a lot of ice on residential roads during the wintertime as a function of people continuing to water, and this can lead to car accidents. So another thing to consider as well. Transition months in the spring and the fall should be times that we are just kind of monitoring and adjusting. I always recommend that April, September, October, those are months where I may choose to turn my water on manually based on visible wilt and clear need. And the only time that I may have a more automated setup is really May through August. Now, again, more southern parts of the state, you may push that and make it May through September, and some of that can depend on the year. But just know that the spring and the fall, we can typically reduce how much we're watering, and sometimes the best way to do that is to just start watering by hand. Again, you should always adjust your irrigation based on the natural rainfall that we're experiencing. And this can mean not just turning it off during the rain, but turning it off after the rain. I mean, we see a lot of people that we get 5 inches of rain and they have the water on 2 days later. So your turf grass area does not need that, and watering in that way is not benefiting your turf typically. In order to follow an ET-based irrigation program, we have to know the precipitation rate for our system. In other words, how long do I need to water in order to put out a specific number of inches across my lawn? You can conduct a catch can audit at home using, this is an image of actual catch cans, but you can also use tuna fish or coffee cans. You'll run the system for about 15 minutes. And this just allows you to determine, if I run this system for a certain length of time, how many inches go out. And it also just allows you to engage with your system in a way that you can spot malfunctions. You can determine how uniform your system is and whether or not there's going to be potential problem areas there. Okay, this is a really nice video from AgriLife Water University, and it's called Determining Sprinkler Efficiency, the Catch Can Test. You can find it on YouTube on the AgriLife Research and Extension Center at Dallas page, and it is a 2-minute video that walks you through conducting a catch can audit or a catch can test at home yourself. You can purchase catch can sets on the AgriLife bookstore. You can also get them on Amazon, okay, and a lot of other places. If you are, if you've done this and you've spotted a problem that you feel like, you're kind of in over your head, that's where we would recommend that you reach out to a licensed irrigator. So here in the state of Texas, you cannot audit or service an irrigation system without being licensed by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or the TCEQ. And if you go to the TCEQ website, there's actually a way to search for licensed irrigators by zip code as well as by name if you're trying to find out whether somebody you're working with is licensed. This is just the best way to prevent poor system design, or problems from occurring later on. You really want to rely on a licensed professional for the big stuff. But doing a catch can audit yourself just to kind of learn more about your system and stay in tune is also just a great option. So again, remembering that each species is different. This is some research data that was used to, or that demonstrates how some of these different species have a different minimum supplemental irrigation requirements in order to maintain what we call a minimally acceptable standard. So this is not, cream of the crop perfect grass. This is, it looks good enough grass. Okay, and what we found is if you only replace 4 to 7% of your actual ET losses for buffalo grass, you can maintain it well enough. 11 to 23% for Bermuda, 14 to 33% for coarse textured or medium textured zoysias. And then if you go all the way down there to the bottom, that's where you'll see our tall fescue, 50 to 54%. That's much higher because tall fescue is a cool season grass. It is a C3 plant, and it is less water use efficient. Another great image, this is a replacement of actual ET, so actual water loss based on weight. And you'll see there on the right, we have 100% replacement, 80%, 60%. So we're still looking really good at that 60%, okay? 40%, that's when people start to kind of cringe a little bit. And I say, but what if it was 40% in August? And that's when people go, well, actually, that looks pretty good. 20%, maybe not for some of our home lawns, but if we have utility areas or areas that we're willing to let kind of go dormant, we may be okay with that. A few other irrigation tips for turf to remember. Water deeply and infrequently. This is irrigation 101. We see a lot of people that choose to irrigate multiple times a day or every single day. So when we water deeply, meaning about 6 inches into the soil, okay, and we do this no more than 1 to 2 times per week, we actually encourage deeper rooting, better growth, and better stress response. Okay, and the reason for that is because we are really encouraging once we wet the soil to that depth and we allow enough space between waterings, we're allowing the uppermost part of the soil to dry out some, and this drives root growth deeper into the soil. Now, if I water every single day, or I only water just enough to get the upper inch or 2 of my soil, that's where my roots are going to stay. They're going to stay in the upper 1 to 2 inches. And that's going to mean that my turf is a codependent baby that I'm constantly needing to get out there and feed, and is not particularly tolerant of any stress. And so I want to try to make a strong, independent turf baby. And the best way to do that is to water deeply and infrequently, no more than 1 to 2 times per week to approximately a 6-inch depth. Now, the exception to this, of course, is going to be if we are still trying to get turf established. So if we have new sod, new sprigs, new seed, we will go through a period where we have to water a little bit differently. But once that root system is there and it's established, and that often happens sooner than we think, we want to start to scale that back. Another tool for your irrigation toolbox is to use a practice called cycle and soak. This is the idea that we would pulse water into our turf grass lawn more gradually. So let's say that I run my irrigation system, I run each zone for 15 minutes. Well, instead of running it for 15 minutes straight, I may break that up and run it 3 times for 5 minutes with a 30 to 45 minute rest in between. And that rest allows time for that water to move into the soil before I come back and hit it again. Many of you that have steeply sloped lawns, or a lot of clay in your lawns, certainly know what happens if we hit our lawn too much, too fast, with too much water. We're going to see a lot of runoff, and we're going to lose a lot of that water. And so this cycle and soak method, we program our irrigation system to introduce that water more gradually. When we irrigate, we get better infiltration overall, better movement of that water into the soil. And that's what we're hoping for. This is another video from AgriLife's Water University. You can check out on YouTube. It's called Cycle and Soak to Save Water on Your Lawn. Next irrigation rule of thumb for turf: water early in the morning. Okay, so midday watering leads to greater evaporative losses, right? It's hotter and windier during the middle of the day. Evening watering prolongs the period of leaf wetness. So if I go out and I water at 7 p.m. or 9 p.m., I'm going to potentially have kind of wet, soggy turf overnight. This can create conditions that promote disease. This is particularly a concern if I'm in a more humid part of the state. So if I'm down around the Houston area or throughout the coastal bend or East Texas, I may be more mindful of this. You can also choose to supplement water with rainwater. There's a lot of great classes offered through Texas A&M AgriLife to learn how to harvest rainwater. In addition to just giving you a little bit more water supply for irrigating your landscape, the quality of rainwater is often better than some of our irrigation sources. So if you live in a part of the state that really struggles with irrigation water quality, you've got a lot of salts in your water, and this affects the growth and health of your turf, supplementing with rainwater and helping to keep those salts kind of flushed out can be really helpful. Don't forget to use technology to your advantage. This is the year 2020. We've got a lot of new things out there to help us water in an efficient way. At the bare minimum, try to make sure you have a rainwater shutoff valve, something that's going to sense when it rains and help you keep your irrigation turned off during those periods. There's nothing worse than driving through and seeing somebody watering in the rain. There's a lot of other applications of technology out there now too that may rely on weather data or environmental data from your property to determine irrigation need. Now these are not foolproof. You know, at the end of the day, staying engaged with your irrigation system and making sure that everything is working properly is the best way to conserve water and water efficiently. Don't just set it and forget it. So the last thing that we're going to talk about today is cultivation. And this is something I get a lot of questions about. And I also think that it ties in really nicely with a lot of what we just talked about with irrigation, because the way that we cultivate and manage the soil in our turfgrass lawn has a significant impact on how well our lawn captures and holds on to water. It also has a significant impact on how healthy our root system is. And a well-cultivated lawn can significantly reduce activity from certain pests like grubs and disease. We typically are going to cultivate to address two physical barriers in turfgrass systems. The first is soil compaction, and this is when soils become so compressed that we limit the pore space. This means that we have less air, we have reduced infiltration rates or water movement, we have reduced rooting ability in the soil. So that's the first thing that we may be trying to address. The second one is going to be excess thatch. We'll talk about thatch more on the next slide, but when we have too thick of a thatch layer, meaning that it's about, it's typically greater than a half an inch in thickness, we can have issues with impeded water movement. The turf gets puffy. This means that we can scalp it more easily and cause accidental injury. And a lot of our pests really like to live in thatch. So large patch, fairy ring, grubs, all of those things, chinch bugs, all of those things tend to really habitate the thatch layer. So we want to take steps to keep that managed and under control. So what is thatch? This is a question hotly debated amongst turfgrass scientists even to this day. So I am going to give you a definition, knowing that this definition could change anytime. But typically we think of it as the intermingling of living and dead tissue between the leaves and the roots. So it is this layer here that can contain debris and organic matter, as well as living tissue like rhizomes, stolons, and even some of our roots will get caught up in this as well. Now, when the thatch is, not too thick, we do get some benefits, including some improved insulation or protection of our turf. We have a lot of good organic activity. But again, as it becomes too thick, we will have things that choose to habitate in it. It will also become water repellent and just creates a barrier for water movement in our turf that can cause harm. So how do I know I need to cultivate? If you manage a sports field or you manage a golf course, this is just a regular part of your management routine. But for most of us with a home lawn, this is really only something that needs to be done on an as-needed basis. And I'm looking for typically signals or indicators that it needs to be done. The rest of the time, I may be able to just kind of get away with not worrying about it too much. One of the first things that we might look for is going to be standing water. Now, standing water can also indicate irrigation leaks and low-lying areas. But what we're looking for is water that may indicate compacted soil, where water is not able to drain or infiltrate properly. If our turf gets really puffy, and you will feel this under your feet, puffy turf, we take our mower out on it and it skips around and scalps it up a lot. This indicates that I've got some excess thatch that needs to be addressed. Bare soil or thinning turf. Again, we have other culprits that can cause this type of injury, but you know, if we've got an area where the soil is firm, water's not infiltrating, and my turf and even my weeds are starting to thin out, I try to dig into that and it's hard for me to get a shovel in. Those are indicators, again, that we've got some compaction issues. Increased disease activity. So we have a lot of diseases that are associated with either compaction and or excess thatch. Fairy ring and large patch are associated with excess thatch buildup. Take-all root rot is associated commonly with soil compaction. So disease activity typically warrants some kind of cultivation practice. The other thing that we may see in compacted turf is going to be more activity from taprooting weed species. This includes things like dandelion. It can also include wood sorrel or oxalis, as well as goosegrass. So we have some weeds that will indicate to us that maybe compaction is occurring. So we're going to hit some of just the key cultivation practices that we might implement on a home lawn. And I will just preface this by saying that we have a lot of cultivation practices out there. There's much more than this that we may see utilized in professional turf systems. But when it comes to a home lawn, you know, we typically rely on 3 or 4 main things. The first of these that we'll talk about is spring scalping, which we most recommend on Bermuda and zoysia grass. So St. Augustine grass, because it does not have rhizomes, if we get a little too heavy-handed with scalping, we may see some unintended injury to that St. Augustine that can be really detrimental. So there's some different recommendations for spring scalping, but typically the most common is going to be to scalp once just prior to spring green up. So we want to kind of wait until we're past the risk of a late season frost, but before our turf has completely taken off, and we just do a very low mowing and bag and remove a lot of that debris from the previous year. In doing this, we can also expose more of the soil to sunlight. This allows the soil to warm up more quickly, and this can help speed up our green up on our turf. Again, avoid this practice on St. Augustine grass lawns, as this can significantly injure them if we don't do it properly. Okay, the next practice that we may see implemented on lawns is called verticutting, or you may see it referred to as vertical mowing or slicing. We have a lot of practices that are kind of very similar and all maybe called different things. But the primary purpose of this is going to be specifically to remove thatch. Okay, so this is a practice that we want to perform during months of active growth, typically early spring, late summer, excuse me, what that should say is late spring, early summer. When our turf is really actively growing and we've got some good natural rainfall, optimal temperatures for growth. This is not going to significantly impact compaction. It just penetrates too shallowly. We just don't see a lot of alleviation for soil compaction. Again, we do want to bag and remove excess debris. This may be especially critical on zoysia grass lawns. So if you have a zoysia lawn, I will tell you that as in general, one of the trends I may see is that it looks great for about 2 to 3 years, and then we start to see a decline, particularly in fine textured zoysia. And that's typically a function of the thatch over accumulating and not being managed. So zoysia, you may need to verticut or dethatch as part of a regular practice. You can purchase equipment to do this. You can rent equipment like what you see in this photo to do this, and you can also hire companies to do this. Oops. Sorry. Okay. All right, so our last practice is going to be aerification, and I don't know where my picture went. Aerification is going to be recommended as needed, primarily to address compaction. So this is going to be a little bit deeper practice than verticutting will be. It will actually dig into the soil a little bit more. We have many different types of aerification that can impact the soil at a lot of different depths, ranging from an inch or two to well over a foot in depth. How deeply you need to go depends on the extent of compaction. Also, the types of equipment that are available will vary quite a bit for a homeowner compared to what we might be able to rent or use or purchase as a professional. A lot of people ask about solid tine or spike aerification, or they ask me about the shoes. I don't know that I would typically recommend this for a lot of our lawns unless you happen to have a very sandy soil in your lawn. For those of us that typically have more of a clay or a loamy clay, I would recommend the core aerification where we physically remove the plugs. This just helps to create more physical space, and it allows us to introduce other materials into the root zone. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's a picture up there at the top of what it'll look like if we core aerate. So if you've ever, if you play golf or if you've ever been on a sports field after they've done this, you're very familiar with what this looks like. We want to make sure that we provide sufficient water within 24 to 48 hours of doing these practices to encourage recovery. We're going to be looking at a very similar time frame for this as verticutting. So again, late spring, early summer, when turf is actively growing. Doesn't mean that we can't get away with doing it at other times of the year, but you just may see more significant injury to the turf. You may see struggle to recover. So if I go out and I choose to cultivate in the late fall, I may see some increased winter injury, and I may see slow recovery in the spring. I can choose to go back, whether it's after I aerify or even after I verticut, and I can top dress with a coarse sand or a high quality compost material to improve the quality of the root zone and introduce some better things into that root zone. Now you'll see there I specified coarse sand. Really what I mean by this is if you want to use something that is as coarse or coarser than your native existing soil. If I have a sandy yard and I put a clay on top of it, I'm going to create a barrier where water just kind of stays. So that's something that I want to avoid to the best of my ability by having a coarser material on top. After you aerify, this can also be a great time to fertilize because you can introduce some of those nutrients a little bit deeper into the root zone through the channels that you've created. Just make sure that you follow recommendations for watering in the products that you choose. Also very important to say that if you choose to rent equipment and aerify yourself, watch out for your irrigation equipment. Make sure you flag your heads, make sure you know how deep your lines are. You can, again, hire some landscape companies to come out and do this for you. All right, so that is our presentation on general turfgrass management for home lawns. If you have any questions, I recommend that you start with your county agent, who you should be working with directly for this presentation. And they will contact me if there's any follow-up. But your county agents are very knowledgeable, so I always recommend starting with them, and they're also the local experts, right? Texas is a big state. You want somebody that knows more about where you are specifically. But you are welcome to reach out to me as well. There's my email address there, and I encourage you to visit aggieturf.tamu.edu for more information on the Texas A&M Turfgrass program and its resources. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you back for other presentations. All right, my name is Dr. Becky Bowling. Thank you for tuning in for this presentation today. This is part of a 5-part series where we are covering different topics in turfgrass management. using these approximately 1 hour modules. And this particular module today is going to be focused on turf grass nutrient management or fertilizing your turf grass areas. Now, as with our previous modules, this is going to be pretty home lawn oriented. Doesn't mean that you can't apply some of these principles to other turf grass areas, but if you are a professional and you're seeking answers to more complex questions, I recommend that you explore the Aggie Turf website, or you contact either myself or Dr. Chrissy Seekers, as this is going to be a little bit more foundational today. So I do want to start off talking a little bit about why we fertilize turf grass and what some of the benefits are when we maintain healthy turf grass areas. So when turf grass is healthy, actively growing, has a nice, deep, vigorous root system, we can see a lot of benefits, a lot of ecosystem services that come out of that turf grass area. So one of those is healthy turf grass lawns can help support biodiversity in urban and suburban areas. They can facilitate the absorption and sequestration of environmental pollutants. So they can actually capture, for example, some of our greenhouse gases and retain them in the soil to keep them from doing harm in the atmosphere. They can phytoremediate contaminated soils. So you can kind of think of them as a living filter for some of those things that may be harmful in the soil. They can offset the urban heat island effect. So this is the phenomenon that we get in our urban areas where we have a heavy concentration of impervious surfaces, concrete, buildings, increasing the heat load. And when we have areas with healthy vegetation, it can help to offset this and improve temperature regulation. Healthy turf improves water infiltration and retention. So when we have really healthy root system on our turf, each of those roots serves as a kind of channel for water to move into our soil, and that healthy vegetation on top helps to retain the water and keep it in our landscape for the use of our plants and the health of our soil. Healthy turf helps to prevent soil erosion and protect the integrity of our soil. It has a pleasant aesthetic that can be therapeutic. And of course, healthy turf offers a safe space for our outdoor activities, sports, recreational events, and things of that nature. However, did you know that nitrogen inputs alone often exceed demands in urban ecosystem systems, primarily home lawns, by as much as 51%, meaning that we tend to get a little heavy-handed with some of our nitrogen fertilizers in urban systems. So a lot of us may adopt kind of a more is better mentality when it comes to certain inputs in our turfgrass lawns. Nitrogen, we think of it as food for our turf, and we ask ourselves, how can I really do harm by putting more food out on my lawn? But we do see some negative consequences of over-applying fertilizers, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus. And I do want to start off talking a little bit about that today so that you're motivated to really find this more balanced approach to your fertilizer inputs, not just to protect the environment, but also to protect your pocketbook as well. So here's a fancy little graphic for you guys that I've made. So I won't quit my day job, but here we've got our house sitting on our turfgrass lawn. You can think of the brown rectangle beneath that as the soil beneath our turfgrass landscape, and then the blue rectangle we're going to think of as a groundwater source beneath that soil. So one of the first things that we might see if we overapply or mishandle nitrogen fertilizers in the landscape is we might see leaching of nitrogen, particularly nitrate, which is one of our two plant available forms of nitrogen. It might go right past that root zone and into our groundwater sources. Now, this is going to be more likely if we're dealing with a sandier soil or a coarser textured soil in our landscape, and it's also going to be influenced by how mature our turfgrass stand is. So pretty young, immature turfgrass areas are not going to have quite the same root system on them as a mature or established turfgrass lawn, and so it'll be a little easier for nitrate to go right past those roots and potentially deeper into the soil and into groundwater. And we'll also see nitrate losses as a function of overwatering or heavy rainfall events, kind of flushing that nitrogen through the soil. So when we do have nitrate that moves into our groundwater, this has been linked to a couple of different health concerns. So one of these is methemoglobinemia in infants, which you may also know as blue baby syndrome. Another is subclinical hypothyroidism in women. The next thing that we might see are gaseous losses of some of our nitrogen formulations through volatilization or denitrification in the landscape. Both of those processes are also influenced by our management practices as well as the types of nitrogen that we apply. Nitrous oxide, which is one of these forms, gaseous forms of nitrogen, is a greenhouse gas with significant global warming potential. Ammonia, which we see volatilize sometimes after we apply quick release nitrogen into the landscape, especially if we've got some a windy day and it's pretty dry and we haven't watered in that product. We see that has been linked to atmospheric deposition, and this is just a fancy way to say that it's picked up out of our lawn, taken up into the atmosphere, moved, and then dropped off somewhere else where we don't want it, usually a body of water. And this can ultimately lead to fish toxicity and something that we call eutrophication, which is a fancy buzzword that we use to describe essentially dead zones in our water bodies that occur because there's too much nitrogen and too much phosphorus. It feeds a big algae bloom in those water sources, and that algae consumes all of the oxygen and renders that part of the water uninhabitable for our fish life and other aquatic life. So the next thing that we might see is surface runoff, and this can be particularly common in lawns because most of our lawns are deliberately designed with a slope to move water away from our home. And so depending on our irrigation and fertilizer application practices, we may see a lot of risk of runoff, and runoff can carry with it, again, nitrate as well as sometimes ammonium and phosphorus as well, especially if we have bare soil exposed and we have sedimentary loss or loss of soil from our lawn with runoff. So runoff can lead to contamination of our stormwater and also contamination of surface water, and this can also be tied to eutrophication, which makes those water sources less safe and less habitable for our aquatic life. So when we're designing a nutrient management program, we have several different objectives that we want to think about. Okay, the first is, of course, we want to correct and prevent nutrient imbalances in our turfgrass lawn, and so that we can maintain a healthy area. We also want to optimize resource use efficiency. This means making the most of the inputs that we're putting in, whether it's water, fertilizer, pesticides, mowing. All of these things tend to be connected in our turfgrass lawns, and so everything that we do can have an impact on how efficiently those resources are being used. We want to reduce our environmental losses through all of those pathways that we just discussed, including leaching, runoff, and volatilization. And of course, we want to meet our management goals. So we want to have the appearance or the aesthetics that we're looking for in our lawn, and we also want it to perform the way that we want. And so performance, we can think of it as in terms of how well that lawn responds to stress. So let's say, for example, I know that I'm going to have children playing quite a bit in the lawn, or I'm going to have dogs playing in the lawn, and I may need to adjust my nutrient management or my general management program to help that turf tolerate that traffic or recover from that traffic. So how many essential elements or nutrients do we think are required for plant growth? Probably the most common answer that I get to this is going to be 3. And you may be saying to yourself, yeah, that's right, N, P, and K. Those are the 3 primary macronutrients that we see on most fertilizer products. And so those are the ones that we tend to be the most familiar with. However, plants actually require as many as 17 essential elements. There may be some additional ones that are still being researched that we may think of as beneficial. They may be essential for certain species. Still a lot of exploratory research on that. But if we look at this table, I'm going to draw your attention to each sort of component. So the first 3 that you'll see there in the upper left-hand corner are carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. These 3 macronutrients, or these 3 basic elements, are going to be derived from air and water, which means we're not really going to be applying them as fertilizers. These are just going to come as part of the natural environment and how that's managed. Then, of course, we do have our N, P, and K. We refer to these as primary macronutrients. And macronutrients simply means that these nutrients are used in a greater abundance by the plant. And so the primary macronutrients are going to be used in the greatest abundance, with nitrogen being used the most by our plants after our carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. Then we have our secondary macronutrients, which include sulfur, calcium, and magnesium. A lot of times in our Texas turfgrass systems, we don't have to worry too much about these three. A lot of our Texas soils have a lot of calcium and magnesium in them naturally. Every once in a while, we may have to keep an eye on our sulfur, but typically these are not things that we have to worry about quite as much. Then we have our micronutrients, which are going to be used by the plant in a smaller quantity. We've got iron, copper, zinc, molybdenum, manganese, chlorine, boron, and nickel. And then there at the bottom are those beneficial, sometimes essential nutrients that I discussed as well. So when we're asking ourselves, what are the most important nutrients, it really comes down to what we call Liebig's law. It says law of the minimum. And you can kind of think of this as a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So the most important nutrient ends up being whatever nutrient is the most limiting. So, a lot of times we think of our macronutrients as kind of being the most important. However, if we are missing one of our essential micronutrients, we will still see inhibited growth or affected growth and appearance in our turf. So all of these nutrients have a role to play, and we want to be mindful of that. However, most of the time, nutrient management programs in turf are largely designed around nitrogen. This is used in the greatest abundance. It's typically the most lacking in our urban soils, and it's a requirement for the dense, leafy green growth that's expected of turf grass systems. So we'll talk a lot about nitrogen today, and then I would say the other three nutrients that we will focus on more in turf grass systems will, of course, be phosphorus and potassium. That's our P and K, and then iron and some of our other micronutrients as well. But I would say iron of our micronutrients probably going to be the most important to pay attention to. Iron deficiencies in turf along with nitrogen are probably the two most common nutrient deficiencies in turf grass systems. So when we're designing our nutrient management program, we kind of want to take this multifaceted approach. Of course, the first thing that we want to do is sample our soil, and we'll talk about that in more detail here in a second. We want to establish the need for cultivation and amendments to improve nutrient availability and root health. So we always have to think of our turfgrass system in the soil as this very holistic and integrated system where we don't want to just rely on putting out chemical inputs. We want to think about ways that we can improve infiltration with our cultivation practices. We may also have to modify the pH or use compost to improve soil structure and to really get the most out of the fertilizers that we apply. After that, we will choose our fertilizer. We want to consider things like nutrient requirements, which are influenced by soil availability, which your soil test will help you determine. Different species have different nutrient requirements, so we'll talk about that as well. And high traffic areas are going to have different requirements from areas that are not as heavily trafficked. We also want to think about soil properties. So things like soil pH and soil texture can influence which fertilizer products may be more or less appropriate for our landscape. And then, of course, the method of application, which will be typically determined just by whatever equipment I have at my disposal to put my fertilizer out. So, if I have the capacity to put out a liquid fertilizer, I may choose that. Or I may just choose to use a rotary spreader and put out a granular product. And then finally, I want to make sure that I have the correct rates and timing for my species and the product that I'm using. And follow label recommendations for watering that product in. Okay, so we start off talking about sampling the soil. Hopefully all of your lawns look exactly like this golf course fairway. I'm sure they do. Typically, we want soil sampling to be a part of our normal turfgrass management program where we're sampling every 1 to 3 years. So I like to sample every year just to help me track the impact of my management practices and stay engaged with my landscape. But certainly you can get away with doing it less frequently, every 2 to 3 years if you want. You can sample in the spring or the fall. There are benefits to doing either. Spring allows you to kind of get ahead of it and know exactly what you need to go into the summer and prepare for. Fall sampling can allow you to assess what is in your turf grass and prior to dormancy and help you prepare for dormancy. So benefits to either approach. Micronutrients can be tested a little bit less frequently. So, for example, if I choose to test my macronutrients every year, but I don't necessarily want to pay to have my micronutrients tested every year, I may do that every 3 years and just do the big test every 3 years and do the smaller test every year. This soil sampling should also be one of the first steps you take when you need to diagnose any problems that appear in your turfgrass lawn throughout the season. You can use this as a diagnostic tool where you can sample areas that are having an issue as well as healthy areas and compare. Not uncommon for us to see that soil properties or inconsistencies in the landscape are driving some of the stresses or problems that we're seeing. There's definitely some very close relationships between soil chemistry, soil properties, and certain diseases, certain weed infestations. And so knowing a little bit about the soil in healthy versus unhealthy areas can really help us tackle a lot of our lawn issues. So when we are going out to sample the soil, if you are a big lawn enthusiast, I do recommend that you look into splurging on a soil testing probe. Just makes it a lot easier to sample in our soils with minimal disruption to your turf grass. You can, of course, go out and sample with a little shovel or spade or hand trowel or something like that, but it can be a little bit more disruptive. It can be a little more tedious too to get to the depth that we need to go at. And so soil probe can be really helpful in that regard. If you do purchase a soil probe, I recommend that you go ahead and splurge on the foot peg, because with our heavier soils, sometimes those shorter probes that do not have a foot peg to help you really wedge that probe into the ground, they may not be very helpful. So we do want to sample at about a 6-inch depth every time that we sample our soil. When we do a basic soil test, we'll learn a little bit about the pH, the conductivity, and the nutrient availability. We'll talk about that here in a minute in more detail. When you're sampling your lawn, you're going to want to collect about 10 to 15 subsamples to really help you get an average value for what's going on throughout the lawn. So don't assume that if you sample all from one area that that's going to be representative of the entire lawn. If I sample from just one corner, there may be something funky happening in that corner that doesn't reflect what's happening across the rest of the landscape. So one approach that I recommend is get a 5-gallon bucket. Go around, walk around equal spacing across your lawn, collect those 10 to 15 samples, combine them in that 5-gallon bucket to really mix them well. If they're wet, you can lay them out on a piece of cardboard or butcher paper overnight just to help them dry out just a little bit before you ship them. So when you are ready to submit your soil sample, you can visit the AgriLife Soil, Water, and Forage Testing Laboratory website. The web address is right there. It's soiltesting.tamu.edu. You're going to download the urban soil submittal form. Looks kind of like this. Free PDF download. You can also find this a lot of times in your AgriLife County Extension offices, along with soil sampling bags that can be used. Now, a lot of our county offices are closed right now because of COVID-19, but as things begin to open back up in the next few months, just know that you may be able to find some good resources there to help you get your soil test submitted. Once you get everything packaged up and you fill out your form, you will ship that to our soil testing lab in College Station. Usually takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the results back, just depending on the time of year and how busy they are. This is what the bottom of the soil submittal form looks like for urban soil. So one of the questions that I often get is, which test do I choose? In most cases for a home lawn, a routine analysis or the R+ micronutrients is generally going to be sufficient to give us the information that we need to design our fertilizer program. I do recommend, if it's your first time and you've never sampled the soil before, go ahead and maybe splurge for the micronutrient levels just to give you a sense of what's going on there. We'll talk about this in more detail here in a little bit, but probably about 60, maybe 70% of our soils in Texas tend to be alkaline or have a higher soil pH, and this can lead to micronutrient deficiencies in the soil. So for many regions of the state, micronutrient deficiencies may be more common And it can just be really useful to test for that. And then, like I said, because micronutrient levels don't change quite as rapidly, you can test those every 3 years and typically get the information that you need. If you're concerned that you may need more information, you think there's a more complex problem going on your property or in your landscape, you can certainly contact the soil testing lab or AgriLife agent to determine if a different test is appropriate to help you get the information that you need. So what can a soil test tell us? So if we do decide to splurge for a little bit more complex test, we may get information on our soluble salt, our organic matter content, and of course our soil texture, which refers to the ratio of sand, silt, and clay particles in our soil. Now, for most of us in a home lawn situation, we don't really need a texture analysis to know if we're dealing with a more sandy soil or a soil with more clay in it. All we need to do is go out and spend some time in our yard digging up the dirt, and we will quickly learn typically kind of what sort of soil we're dealing with. Now, if you are a professional or you're looking at this more from a construction standpoint, texture analysis can be beneficial. But for home lawns, I don't think it's typically necessary. Knowing a little bit about the texture, even if you're just going out and kind of doing it by feel, can be really helpful because texture can play a really significant role in how our soil performs and how nutrients will move and become available in the soil. So we have different 3 primary soil particles: sand, silt, and clay that we're typically focused on. If we get larger, then we kind of fall into the pebble or gravel category. So our sand particles are going to be the largest particles. Then we've got silt, and then clay is going to be the smallest particle. So why is this important? Well, one of the first things that we'll just talk about briefly is cation exchange capacity, or CEC. You don't need to know a whole lot about this. We'll keep it very, very simple for this presentation. But essentially, a cation exchange capacity can be thought of as the soil's ability to, it's the charge of the soil and its ability to retain positively charged ions or cations. And so what we'll see is certain soil particles, specifically clay, as well as organic matter, have an increased ability to hold on to water and nutrients because they're more actively charged, okay? And so negative charges on the surface of these particles attract and bond cations or positively charged particles. So again, we will see increased charge associated or higher CEC associated with clay particles and organic matter. So what this means, if we compare a fine textured soil, which is more of a clay, with a coarse textured soil, which is more of a sand, is we have kind of some distinctive characteristics of each of these. Okay, so fine textured soils, we typically have poor drainage, which any of us know if we're dealing with more of a heavy clay soil, we know that it typically doesn't drain well. But the flip side of this is that it has better water holding capacity, holds on to water a little bit better. Soils can become waterlogged when they're heavier, particularly when this is compounded by compaction or compression of that soil. Conversely, when we're dealing with something like a sand, we have better drainage, but poor water holding capacity, which means water will infiltrate and move into the sandier soil, typically a little bit better, but it doesn't stay there quite as long. It starts to move through or can evaporate out, and so we may be having to kind of chase those inputs a little bit more. Clay soils tend to have improved nutrient retention. This is a function of that cation exchange capacity. They can bind and hold on to nutrients better than a sandy soil, which does not have a high cation exchange capacity. In fact, the cation exchange capacity may be all but non-existent in a sandier soil. So clay soils may require less fertilizer overall because of their ability to hold on to nutrients, whereas our sandy soils, we may be having to constantly provide inputs to make up for the fact that nutrients are flushed or leached very easily from the sandier soil. Particularly in the case of nitrogen and potassium, we may see that those become very soluble and move quite readily through a sandy soil. So we may be having to chase after those a little bit more often. Fine textured soils or clay soils can be more prone to issues with compaction. They may require more regular cultivation like aeration to help alleviate that compaction. Sandier soils may be prone to fewer issues with compaction. You can still use aeration as a way to break up material, improve air movement, remove thatch, etc. And we will see differences in performance depending on the type of sand. So you would be amazed by the diversity of sand materials, how the particle size, the shape of each individual grain of sand can significantly affect the properties of that sand and the way it performs. For fine textured soils, we might recommend cycle and soak irrigation to improve infiltration. For sandier soils, we're focused on really deep irrigation practices to stimulate deep rooting. For fine textured soils, a compost or organic material might be useful to improve the structure or aggregation of the soil, to help it kind of clump and create channels for root growth and water movement. In a sandier soil, the use of compost and organic material can be used to improve nutrient and water holding capacity. And then the last little thing that we don't typically have to think about too much when it comes to a home lawn situation, but if we're dealing with something like a golf green or some athletic fields, sandy soils can be more prone to something called hydrophobicity, which means that organic residues can kind of coat and build on the sand over time, and those can repel water and make it difficult to wet the root zone. So that's something else that may happen that's sort of a negative to a sandier soil. That can be addressed, again, through good cultivation as well as the use of wetting agents. So what else can a soil test tell us? This is kind of, this is an example of what our soil test results look like from our AgriLife soil testing lab. So one of the first things that we'll see there at the top is the soil pH. Okay, so why does that matter? Well, so soil pH is typically going to be have a significant influence on nutrient availability. So we're typically going to think of a neutral pH as being between about 6 and 7 or 6 and 7.5, depending on the type of plant species that we're dealing with and how sensitive they are. As we go too far below 6, we go into the acidic zone of soil pH. As we go too far above 7, we start to move into alkaline soils. And with each of those, we start to see certain nutrient deficiencies. So in more acidic soils, we'll see deficiencies and toxicities associated with iron, manganese, and aluminum. In more alkaline soils, we see deficiencies with a lot of our micronutrients, and we may see bicarbonate and sodium issues in those more alkaline soils. So again, here we've got some of our major nutrients and how they tend to be influenced by pH. So you can see, for example, phosphorus, our second one there, very sensitive to both high and low pH. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Sometimes when phosphorus is limited in the landscape, we get more benefit from trying to amend or modify the soil pH than we might get from just applying more and more phosphorus. As we talked about, a lot of our Texas soils tend to be more alkaline in many regions of the state. So as you go down to the micronutrients, you'll see that micronutrients like iron, manganese, boron may become more limited at that higher pH. If you're in a part of the state that tends to have a more acidic soil, like far east Texas, and we also have some spotty areas around Uvalde and certain parts of South Texas, then we will see limitations of some of our secondary macronutrients like calcium and magnesium. So how do we amend soil pH? In general, for an acidic soil, we would use lime as a way to raise the pH. It's slow moving and it's going to be most effective when it's incorporated prior to planting. If you're applying it to an established turfgrass system, this is probably something you're going to want to couple with an aerification practice so you can help move some of that product into the root zone. And then you'll just want to use a finer material that may be broken down a little bit more readily in turf. If we're dealing with an alkaline soil or a higher pH soil, that's where we may use something like elemental sulfur. And this tends to have very temporary activity and it's not always the right fit depending on what's going on with our specific soil. We may also choose to use some acidifying fertilizer products like ammonium sulfate, certain compost materials. And a lot of times we're going to be very focused on trying to find plant material that's able to tolerate that higher pH. The buffering capacities in our soils that are more alkaline, they're so high that it can be really difficult to lower or modify the pH, particularly for any kind of long-term period. And so finding plant material that is able to tolerate a more alkaline soil is going to save you a lot of time and money, and hopefully keep you from having as much of a headache. So when we are amending from low to high, we would use typically a lime material. And there's different types of liming materials. You'll kind of see a list of them there at the bottom. The amount of lime that's required will vary depending on our soil texture and whether or not we're going from a very, very, very acidic pH to something slightly less acidic, or something that's just, slightly acidic to something more neutral. And so you'll kind of get a sense of what these rates can look like there in that top table. What I would recommend is, if you are in an area of the state that has a more acidic soil, just do your soil testing, and our soil testing lab will provide you with a corresponding recommendation for lime material and lime applications. You can have some follow-up discussion with your AgriLife County Extension agent or the soil testing lab for clarification. All right, and then some people do like to try to use some of these different forms of sulfur to try to lower the pH. Again, these might not always be the right fit, and we will see these kind of work in a very temporary way with a lot of our soils that are more alkaline. And so, but there's a few different options there. We've got elemental sulfur, soil sulfur, sulfuric acid, okay? And again, the rates that we apply are going to vary a little bit depending on the texture of the soil and what our goal is, the starting pH, and what, ultimately how much we want to, how much closer we want to get to a neutral pH. It has gypsum listed on there. This is really only going to be effective in soils where you have a sodium issue, okay? So less effective as a general tool for lowering pH. So with any of these, I highly recommend that you always contact an AgriLife expert before using amendments. Again, you can have a phone conversation with our soil testing lab after you get your soil test results back, to talk to them in a little bit more detail about what might be the right fit for you. And we'll also talk in a little bit about using compost materials to kind of sidestep some of these amendments in the landscape. So next thing a soil test can tell us is a little bit about the conductivity. And we'll think of the conductivity as sort of being the salinity of the soil. So what is the concentration of salts? How is that affecting the relative charge of my soil? So again, in areas where we have a lot of sodium, in the water, for example, we will see some detrimental effects of using that water over time as those salts kind of accumulate in the soil. Of course, we will see harmful effects on some of our plant material, and there's a wide range in terms of how sensitive plants are to salts. A lot of our warm season turf grasses are a little bit less sensitive than some other landscape plants might be. Bermuda grass is moderately tolerant of a certain amount of salinity exposure. We also have seashore paspalum, which we'll see quite a bit around the coastal bend, that can be sometimes a nice alternative turf grass option when we're dealing with a lot of salinity issues. It's very salt tolerant. And the other thing that we'll see when we have a lot of sodium in particular hitting our soil over time, with our clay soils, for example, it causes those soils to disperse. So if you look at this photo here with the Petri dishes, we will see we've got this nice little soil aggregate on the far left where we don't have any sedicity. And as we increase the exposure of this soil to sodium, we'll see that that soil aggregate completely loses its structure and it totally disperses by the time we get to that highly sodic area. And so this can be really detrimental to the quality of our soil. When it loses its structure, it's more difficult for water to infiltrate or move into the soil. It's more difficult for our plants to root. So a lot of harmful, potentially harmful effects there. Now, water quality concerns are going to be more or less of an issue depending on where you are in the state. They'll also be more or less of an issue depending on your watering source. So if you're using an alternative watering source, some kind of reclaimed water, if you're using well water, if you're watering from a retention pond, those are all instances in which we may have more risk of a salt issue compared to using potable city water. So if you are using an alternative water source, I recommend that you test your irrigation water just to get a sense of what is going on there, and so that you know how to respond to it. You can submit water samples to our soil, water, and forage testing laboratory just like you would submit your soil sample. You just collect it in a clear plastic water bottle, make sure that that water bottle is properly sealed, and then ship it to our lab for analysis. So, and when we are looking at conductivity on our soil test results, this is kind of just a guide to give you a sense of when we should be concerned and kind of the different ranges. In the units here are decisiemens per meter. Depending on where you get your soil test results from, they may use a different unit. So there's kind of some different conversions here that you can use as a guide. And again, some of our turfgrass species, they may not be as sensitive as some other plants in the landscape, so a lot of variability there, but just kind of something to be mindful of. Similar table for irrigation water sources and some of the thresholds where we need to be concerned there. This could be kind of a complex issue, so if you are concerned you have a water quality issue, I recommend that you follow up for a more site-specific consultation. Couple of tips for tackling this. One is going to be to try to use rainwater to supplement your irrigation. Rainwater is typically going to have better water quality and then some of these other irrigation water sources, and so that can help significantly. You can also modify your species selection in the landscape. This says halophytic, which is loosely translates to salt-loving plants, okay? Plants that tend to be more salt tolerant. Gypsum can be used as an amendment in soils that are affected by significant sodium. Again, make sure you consult with an expert before you utilize gypsum to make sure that it's the right fit and you're putting out sufficient rates to address your problem. Another thing that we might see used in some turfgrass systems is called sand capping, which is where we, on the front end during construction, install a sand cap that may be anywhere from 1 inch to 6 inches in depth. We can also build up a sand cap in some systems over time through really aggressive top dressing practices. And having that sand cap there can help to flush salts from the immediate root zone and protect our turf from the impact of that poor water quality. May not be something we need to think about so much in a home lawn setting, but there are some lawns that have been experimenting with this, and certainly it's something that we might think about for a more professional turf environment. A leaching fraction is something we can also use when our water quality is poor, and this just refers to watering a certain percentage over our typical irrigation amount to help keep salts moving and flushing them past the root zone. Calculating that fraction will depend on the concentration of salts in your water and soil that you're growing your turf in. So then, of course, finally, our soil test will tell us a little bit about nutrient availability, and it will provide us with recommendations to supplement nutrients that are deficient or bordering on deficient in our landscape. So how do I use that to then choose a fertilizer? Okay. So typically in turfgrass systems, our nitrogen and the rates that we apply can generally be determined by our management goals, the soil type, and our turfgrass species. We know that nitrogen is going to be used by the plant in such great abundance, and we have a general idea of how it's going to be used by individual species, that we typically know how we need to manage nitrogen in order to have a successful program. In the case of phosphorus and potassium, these should ideally be determined by your soil test. Now, you may see out there that there are other resources that say, oh, use a fertilizer with a ratio of 3:1:2 or 4:1:2 for turf. You know, that's a safe bet. You know, if you do that every once in a while at the beginning of the season, you're probably not going to do any significant harm. However, if we apply those products without soil testing really aggressively over time, and we're putting a lot of particularly phosphorus in that our soil may or may not need, it can be harmful both to our turf grass as well as to the environment. And so applying phosphorus and potassium based on the soil test rather than just on, what products are available, will ensure the best results, and will ensure that we're taking proper steps to protect our turf and our water sources. So many of our soils actually don't require a lot of supplemental phosphorus or potassium, or they require it in very low amounts and pretty infrequently. Just kind of depends on the soil that you're dealing with. Again, excess phosphorus, we may be more concerned because we see more negative consequences associated with this. We can see some negative consequences associated with over-application of potassium on turf. We don't think of it as being nearly the environmental risk of over-applying nitrogen or phosphorus, because we don't see it really accumulating in the environment in a way that's harmful, but it can also still just get pricey to apply things that you don't need, okay? So when we're looking at a fertilizer bag, okay, we've got those three numbers. That's our N, P, and K, okay? And that formulation, or that ratio of those three nutrients, is typically referred to as the analysis, okay? That first number, the N, refers to the percent of available nitrogen. So you'll see in our image here, 16 corresponds to 16% total nitrogen in this product. The P does not refer to the percentage of available phosphorus. It refers to the percentage of available phosphate, which is P2O5, okay? Then we've got K, the third number, which refers to the percentage of available potash, which is K2O. So only the first number refers to the percentage of available elemental nitrogen. The other two are going to be different formulations of P and K, okay? So if I have a 50 pound bag with this analysis, I know that there's 8 pounds of nitrogen in this bag, because 16% of 50 pounds is going to be 8 pounds. What this means, if I'm applying a product like this at a rate of 1 pound of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet, I can use this bag to cover 8,000 square feet. I may not apply at a rate that high. If I choose to apply it at a 1/2 pound of nitrogen per 1,000, which is still a very reasonable rate for turf grass systems, I can cover 16,000 feet, or I can cover 8,000 in 2 applications, okay? So if we look at nitrogen a little bit more closely, okay, this is going to be present in the greatest quantities, 2 to 5% in plant dry tissue. This is typically the nutrient that we associate with above ground leafy green growth. It's an important constituent of our proteins, chlorophyll, and plant hormones. It significantly affects the color, growth rate, and density of your turf grass, as well as its response to stress, okay? Nitrogen is taken up by plants in 2 primary forms, nitrate and ammonium. Now, nitrogen is very dynamic in the soil, so we can apply it in many different forms, and through various transformations, we will see it take on these plant available forms at some point and be taken up by the plant. So, for example, our organic nitrogen sources do not come in a plant available form. Those products have to be mineralized by soil microbes in order to be a plant available form for our plant to take up and use. So this means the performance of an organic product is dependent on our soil ecology and all of the things that affect microbial activity, like temperature and moisture and things like that. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to have some nitrogen available to my plant, but it may take a little bit longer, and that's what causes our organic products to function more like slow release products. And we certainly get benefits from using a slow release product. So like I said, we typically recommend nitrogen based on the species of turf that we're dealing with. And so part of this too is also because nitrogen is so dynamic. Sometimes soil tests are not the most accurate way to determine nitrogen need in the soil, so it might give us some sense, but because nitrogen is constantly changing, it's not always the most rapid or accurate way to kind of predict nitrogen need in turf. So here we've got some of our primary warm season turf grass species. You'll see Bermuda grass there at the top. has a pretty high nitrogen requirement. Typically for a turfgrass lawn, we're looking at applying between 2 and 4 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet every year. Zoysia grass will be less than that. And this is really important because when we over apply nitrogen to zoysia, it can create some issues with disease and with excessive thatch buildup, which can be harmful to that species. So we don't want to over apply there. And so for zoysia, we're looking at applying between 1 and 3 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet. St. Augustine, 1 to 4. Centipede grass, for those of you out in far east Texas, 0 to 2. Seashore paspalum, 2 to 4. Buffalo grass, 0 to 2. In the case of centipede and buffalo, again, it says 0. We may not need to apply any fertilizer at all. If we over apply to those species, we may see more harm than good come from those applications. So we typically divide our nitrogen carriers or our nitrogen products into quick and slow release formulations of nitrogen. And I wanted to compare these side by side just so you kind of understand the properties of each. Oops. So of course, a quick release product is going to be water soluble. It's going to provide those 2 plant available forms of nitrogen, nitrate and ammonium, directly to the turf for more immediate uptake. Okay, as a result of that, we see more rapid response. We typically will see a response to these fertilizers within days. One of the studies that was conducted at Texas A&M found that quick release nitrogen may be taken up in as little as 48 to 72 hours by actively growing warm season turf. The availability of these quick release products is typically not dependent on the environment or microbial activity to the same extent that these slow release products are. Okay, we don't have to wait for a transformation to occur for that product to become available. Now, microbial activity in the environment can certainly affect how quickly our quick release products transform and can be lost. So, for example, if I put out a quick release product on my turf and I do not water it in quickly and I have a lot of wind and a hot, dry day, that can lead to what we call ammonia volatilization, and I may lose a lot of that nitrogen as a function of the environment and the fact that I did not water that product in. Typically, quick release products tend to be a little bit less expensive. Okay, some of the downsides: greater potential for environmental losses. These are because they're water soluble, they can be really readily lost from the environment. We have a greater potential to burn or injure the turf when we use these products. And we typically have a shorter window of activity, which may mean that we are having to apply them more frequently. With our slow release products, these tend to have a lower salt index and a lower foliar burn potential. So we're less likely to injure the turf when we use these products. We typically see a lower risk of environmental losses. How much risk is associated will depend on what kind of slow release products we use. There's a lot of different types of slow release nitrogen. They'll behave different ways chemically in our turfgrass systems. Slow release products, in theory, mean less frequent application because they're releasing more gradually over time. Again, the performance of these products can be highly variable depending on what we choose and the environmental conditions that we put them in. Higher application rates may be possible with a slow release product. So with a quick release nitrogen, we typically don't want to exceed a rate of 1 pound of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet in a single application. If we apply more than that, we're going to increase the risk of injury and environmental loss. With our slow release products, because these release nitrogen more gradually over time, I can theoretically apply them at a higher rate than that 1 pound of N per 1,000 rate. Now, how high, again, will depend on the formulation of the product that I choose. There will typically be specific recommendations on the label. Typically with a slow release product, I will see a more uniform response by my turf because it's releasing nitrogen more gradually. I'm not going to see that really rapid splotchy green up where it's really obvious where I skipped some areas or didn't get good coverage. Slow release products are what offer me my organic options. Downsides. We see slow initial plant response. There are certain times of the year where we have a desire for really rapid plant uptake and plant response. And those are typically going to be at the beginning and the end of the season, where we're going to want at least a little bit of quick release to help get that plant going and to ensure that it has enough nitrogen in its system before we move into dormancy at the end of the season. Typically, slow release products will have a higher cost associated. How high that cost is will depend a little bit on the product that you choose. We have some products that will combine both quick and slow release that might give you a more affordable option and kind of the best of both worlds. And sometimes with slow release, we see more limited application options. So for a long time, we really didn't have good liquid formulations of slow release products available. I think there are some new products that are out now that offer us a little more flexibility there. But in general, we may have more flexibility for granular versus liquid if we use a quick release product. Here's some examples of common quick release nitrogen carriers that we may see. So urea, diammonium, and monoammonium phosphate, which are primarily going to be used as phosphorus sources, but they do contain quick release nitrogen as well. Ammonium nitrate, which is harder to come by than it used to be. Ammonium sulfate, which is really popular in a lot of our fertilizer products. Calcium nitrate, potassium nitrate. So many of the products that we would have available to us at the big box stores are going to contain a quick release form of nitrogen. They'll contain urea or ammoniacal nitrogen. We won't see, particularly if we are using weed and feeds or some of those really easy to grab products that are right there at the front of the store. A lot of those products are not going to contain a slow release formulation of nitrogen. We may have to dig a little bit more for that, look for some organic material. Or you can always also consider looking at your producer's co-op, your local co-op. Some of our feed stores may have more options as well. Again, for quick release carriers, do not exceed a rate of 1 pound of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet in a single application. Here's some examples of some of our slow release carriers. So there at the first section, we've got some of our natural organic options. So again, what makes these slow release is that they come in an organic form that is not yet plant available. So we have to wait for microbes to do the work for us to make that product plant available, and that will cause the nitrogen to release more gradually over time. Then we have some more synthetic forms of slow release products. Things like urea form, sulfur-coated and polymer-coated nitrogen and urea sources, where the nitrogen is kind of bound or in a coated krill, and that material has to be dissolved or broken down before the nitrogen becomes available. Each of these products will release at a different rate, and so again, we'll see different performance depending on what formulation we choose, and of course, this will be influenced by our environmental conditions as well. Things like soil temperature, soil moisture, etc. Then we've got our phosphorus. So this is going to range from about 0.1 to 1% of plant tissue dry weight. This is pretty important for new root development during establishment. It's an important constituent of ATP, which is used to store and transfer energy in the plant. That's adenosine triphosphate. It is also a structural constituent of nucleic acids, phospholipids, sugar phosphates, nucleotides, and several other biochemicals in plants. So this is one of our 3 primary macronutrients and one of the more commonly applied nutrients in turf. It is very helpful with early root development. It can also help with cold weather resilience. So we will often see this soil incorporated prior to planting, depending on what our soil test says. And we will also see this commonly used in fall applications to help the plant, to ensure that the plant can tolerate our cold temperatures. Availability of phosphorus is largely determined by soil pH and the concentration of other elements such as iron, aluminum, manganese, and calcium in the soil. So like we talked about earlier, because phosphorus is so sensitive to pH, sometimes it can be just as important to try to amend the soil pH as it is to apply phosphorus, because if our pH is pretty extreme on either end, then even if we apply more phosphorus, more than likely that's going to become bound up pretty quickly by the soil as a function of that pH. And so again, acidic soils, we may consider liming. For a more alkaline soil, we may consider trying to lean on some sulfur or an ammonium sulfate fertilizer to complement our phosphorus, or even some compost materials to help stabilize the pH. Here's some different sources of phosphorus that we may see in some of our products. Okay, so again, there's that monoammonium and diammonium phosphate again. Steamed bone meal is an organic source of phosphorus. And so different things that we may see. Potassium, this is our third primary macronutrient. This plays an important role in water regulation and stress response in turf. So when we see deficiency in potassium in turf grass systems, we typically see that they are less resilient in the face of traffic, that they're less cold tolerant. And so we want to ensure that we have sufficient levels of potassium, of all of these nutrients, and avoid deficiency. The only plant available form of potassium for turf grass is in the pure ionic form, which is K+. This form of potassium is particularly susceptible to leaching. Again, not a major concern as a pollutant, but if you're dealing with a sandy soil, you may be chasing a potassium need on a regular basis because this one is very, very mobile in the sand. And so we often have to supplement on a regular basis to ensure that our turf does not become deficient in that type of system. A couple different forms of potassium there that we may commonly see in fertilizers. Okay, and then the last nutrient that we'll talk about is iron. Now, we may see some deficiency of other micronutrients like manganese or zinc as well, but I would say iron is going to kind of take the cake in terms of priority micronutrient in turf grass systems. Remember, micronutrient does not mean that it's less important. It only means that it's used in a smaller quantity by the plant. Iron is a key component of plant enzymes and proteins involved in respiration, nitrogen metabolism, and chlorophyll synthesis. When we apply when we apply iron, these products tend to be the most effective when they're applied foliarly as a liquid application or in a chelated form. So again, if we're dealing with a more alkaline soil, which is where we're most likely to see iron deficiency, some of these granular products that we may have available to us can become bound very, very quickly in those soils. And so we may not see as much benefit from those applications, and that's where we really want to focus on a foliar application for more rapid uptake or response by the plant, or ensuring that we have a chelated form to kind of protect that iron until it's taken up. Iron chelates, again, we see some variability in performance, and so I typically recommend if you can do a liquid application of iron, that might be the best way to go. You can also try to rely on plant-based compost materials and fertilizers, organic forms of micronutrients to help improve micronutrient availability in soils. Here are some different forms of iron that we may see. Ferrous sulfate, ferric sulfate, ferrous ammonium sulfate, and then some of our different iron chelates. There's a few more than this, but it kind of gives you a sense of some of the things that you may see on certain products. So one nice tool, once you get your soil test results back, there is a fertilizer calculator available on the soil testing website. It's really helped to help you more with your macronutrient needs, that NP and K. So it has a space where you can input your soil test results and the corresponding recommended nutrient rates. And then it's got a drop-down window where you can choose from commonly available fertilizers. So for example, maybe I already have a fertilizer in my garage. I want to see how well it meets the needs of my soil test recommendations, okay? So I plug that in, and this will help me meet, if I go back here, this is a 046 zeros. That product contains only phosphorus. If I look at my recommendations, I'll see I also have some nitrogen recommendation on there as well, okay? So if I'm applying that product that only meets my phosphorus needs, it tells me how much of that product to put out per 1,000 square feet. To put out the appropriate or recommended rates. And then it also tells me how much additional macronutrients are still needed to meet all of my requirements. So you'll see there it says nitrogen is still needed at a rate of 0.4 pounds of N per thousand. Now what this means is a lot of times to really customize our approach to fertilization, we may need to use more than one product to ensure that we can meet the requirements of a specific nutrient without over applying another nutrient. So if I use a product that has a really high nitrogen percentage and a really low phosphorus percentage, I'm not going to be able to meet my phosphorus requirements in this case without over applying nitrogen, which we want to avoid for all the reasons that we discussed. And so that's where I may look at getting a product that is just phosphorus to meet my phosphorus needs, and then going back to my standard nitrogen source to meet my nitrogen needs separately. One question that I get is, should I choose a liquid or a granular product? So a lot of this is just personal preference and the equipment you have at your disposal. There's no difference in the total amount of nutrients supplied by either product, okay? If we compare them side by side, liquids tend to have a little bit easier handling and application. They tend to be a little easier to blend if I'm combining multiple products. I may be able to improve the uniformity of application depending on my application method. Liquid tends to be better for iron applications like we talked about, and can help improvement, it can help the movement of less mobile nutrients like phosphorus to the roots. And so with a granular product, these tend to be a little cheaper to buy in bulk. They're sometimes easier to store. These can be more efficient for pre-plant applications where I'm incorporating something into the soil, and we typically have more slow release and pre-blended options available. Couple quick notes about compost. So I am a big fan of high quality compost materials. These can help stabilize the soil pH. They add beneficial organic matter. They can help improve nutrient and water holding capacity in some of our soils. And they can improve soil structure overall, particularly when we are incorporating them into kind of an extreme soil, so something really sandy or really heavy clay. A couple different guides that you can download for free from wateruniversity.tamu.edu. It's the Water University website through AgriLife if you're interested in doing your own composting. A few more notes about this. Always purchase these materials if you're not making them yourself from a reliable source so that you know what is being added to your soil. There is a lot of variability and inconsistency in compost materials and organic products. They are not all created equal, so you really want to do your research on what is in those products, how they're produced, and what you're adding to your soil. We've seen that some compost and organic materials can be very, very high in salts, which can be detrimental when you already have a salinity issue, so it's another thing to consider. It is possible to over apply with anything that we do. There is always such thing as too much, okay? And so particularly with some of our organic products, we may see if we're using those really heavily over time, we get an overaccumulation of phosphorus or too much phosphorus in our system. So again, we just want to monitor with our regular soil test. How susceptible we are to that will depend a lot on the specific product that we choose, okay? Remember that with any nutrients, you have a responsibility to be a good environmental steward and avoid inappropriate application practices. Okay, a few more tips before we wrap up today. Make sure you follow label recommendations to water in your product promptly after application. This helps to prevent turfgrass injury and volatilization of your product. Typically, you're going to want to water in about a quarter of an inch to help move that product in. Cycle and soak irrigation can be used to improve infiltration or movement of the product into the root zone, particularly where you have a heavy soil or a steep slope. If you're not sure what cycle and soak is, you might go back and watch the general turfgrass management presentation. And you can also find resources on AgriLife's Water University page. That's a good place to learn a little bit more about some of these irrigation practices. We want to apply fertilizer when turfgrass is actively growing. And so particularly in the case of our quick release products, a lot of our box store fertilizer products, we want to think about, the growth habit of our turf. If you're in far north Texas and you have a cool season turf like a tall fescue or something like that, remember that they have a bimodal growth habit in the spring and fall. And so we're going to want to focus our applications around those two primary peaks of growth. For the rest of us that are dealing with a warm season turf grass, which includes Bermuda, St. Augustine, Zoysia, Buffalo, those we are going to focus our fertilizer applications in the warmer parts of the year when our turf is actively growing. For our quick release nitrogen, our first application of the year should typically be made after our turf grass has been mowed twice. This indicates to us that the grass is actively growing and able to take up that product. If I apply a quick release nitrogen fertilizer in February with my pre-emergent, I am putting out a fertilizer that my turf grass most likely cannot use, because a lot of times at that point in the year, our turf is either still dormant or not actively growing. And so instead, other things may choose to use that nitrogen, like disease or winter weeds that are actively growing during that time. And so I just am not going to get any real benefit from putting out a quick release product that early in the year. So I'm really going to want to focus on waiting until my turf is actively growing. Now, some organic or slow release products we may put out slightly earlier than our quick release products, because we know that it's going to be a while before that nitrogen becomes available. Again, sometimes for the first and last applications of the year, I recommend at least a little bit of quick release nitrogen to ensure that your plant has what it needs during those critical transition seasons. And then certainly you can have some slow release product as well to give you a longer residual activity window. Your final nitrogen application of the year should be made around 6 weeks before the historic first frost date of your area. This helps to make sure that the plant has sufficient nitrogen reserves as it prepares for dormancy. It relies really heavily on those reserves in the first part of spring before its roots are really active again. So we do want to make sure that nitrogen is not deficient in the fall, but we don't want to apply too much or too late in the fall either, because this can increase the likelihood of winter kill, winter injury, diseases like Pythium and Rhizoctonia, which is large patch or brown patch disease. And so all of those things can be harmful if we apply too late. So 6 weeks before the historic first frost date, make one final application of something that your plant can take up and assimilate quickly before it starts to prepare for dormancy. Again, for quick release, do not exceed that 1 pound per thousand rate. You can adjust your nitrogen rates based on the age of your lawn. So newly planted turf grass should be spoon-fed fertilizer at lower rates than established turf grass. It does not have the same root system on it yet to take up high rates of nitrogen or other nutrients. And so spoon feeding at smaller rates can be helpful to ensure that you don't have increased environmental losses. If you plant or establish new sod, you typically don't need to fertilize until about 6 weeks after that sod has been planted. And then that's when you'll start to spoon feed at a small rate. Mature turf grass lawns that are over 25 years in age can require significantly less nitrogen fertilizer. As they grow and mature and we get a buildup of more organic material and activity in that system, we may not require nearly as much nitrogen. So you can, if you have an older lawn, you can experiment with scaling back. You can just kind of keep an eye on it. Of course, if we are nitrogen deficient, we will see suppressed growth or a decline in growth. We'll see yellowing or chlorosis, and that will indicate to us that we need to apply. But if we're not seeing those things and we've scaled back our nitrogen, it can be a sign that maybe I can start to reduce my rates. We want to make sure that we keep our fertilizer on the lawn, avoid overspray of liquid applications onto impervious surfaces, and sweep your prills and granules back onto the turf. This helps prevent contamination of our stormwater and other surface water sources. When we get rainfall, we don't want those fertilizer products to move into our storm drains and things like that. Make sure you're choosing the right equipment. So this is what it looks like if I use a quick release product and a drop spreader. Okay, so a drop spreader is not going to have the ability to disperse that product evenly, and we're really going to see it with that quick release product in particular because the response is so rapid. Many of our quick release products will actually say on them that they're for use with a rotary spreader only. So we want to make sure we're using whatever equipment is listed as appropriate by the product label. We have the option, if you want to improve the uniformity of your distribution, once you do your calculations to determine how much fertilizer is needed for your square footage, you can put your spreader on a lower rate and crisscross back and forth in 2 directions for better coverage. I do recommend that you mulch your clippings. Clippings are a significant source of nutrients. We see that sometimes when we mulch clippings in turf grass systems, we can reduce nitrogen requirements by as much as 50% because a lot of that nitrogen is being recycled. We do want to avoid leaving behind any piles of clippings, however, so make sure you rake your clippings out for better coverage. And the one time that we do want to consider bagging our clippings is if we're dealing with any kind of pest infestation. So whether it's weeds, disease, or insects, we don't want to disperse that problem. So capture, remove until the problem's resolved, and then you can get back to mulching for those beneficial nutrients. So that's everything that I've got for fertilizing and nutrient management in turf. Feel free to shoot me an email if you have any more questions. We will be going live on the Ag Turf Facebook page next Monday at 6 o'clock for some additional discussion and a live Q&A on this topic. So I look forward to seeing some of you guys there. Have a great one.
Happy Turfy Tuesday, everyone. Today we're going to talk about defeating detrimental diseases. Now, we won't talk about every turfgrass disease that you may see. There are a lot of turfgrass diseases out there, but we will talk about the 3 most common ones that we see on a homeowner level, and we will talk about a lot of control mechanisms and ways to identify those diseases. Now, on the contrary to insects and weeds, you know, we don't have a physical being a lot of the times to diagnose turf diseases. And so we might not be able to just go out in our yard and identify what's going on all the time, because diseases can look so similar to other things that we really have to rule out a lot of other factors before really nailing down what diseases can be out there. And so oftentimes we do find that we have to send a disease sample to the turfgrass diagnostic lab for a pathologist to further investigate what's going on, just because it's really hard to diagnose a disease 100% all of the time. The best pathologists will even say that sometimes they can't 100% tell you exactly what that disease is without looking under a microscope. So don't fret if you can't ID a disease. We do have diagnostic labs for that purpose. So what is a disease? Just similar to humans, plants can get diseases. They lose some ability to properly function, and that's caused by a pathogen. So a pathogen is a species that is able to cause a disease. So we can see 2 different diseases. We can have a disease that's a result of a living organism and a disease that is a result of a non-living organism. So biotic diseases can be caused by things like fungus, bacteria, viruses. Oftentimes fungus is going to be the top cause of a disease when we talk about turfgrass. Bacteria will be next, and viruses will bring up the rear. Sometimes we do have things that are caused by viruses, but it's pretty rare. So let's think about an example of an abiotic cause, which is a non-living cause of a disease. So you might be thinking about something that's like hot weather, scorching the leaves, drought, maybe freezing temperatures, even transplant shock can be causes of abiotic diseases. So this is the disease triangle. A disease will only occur if all 3 of these conditions are met. So there has to be a virulent pathogen, something like a fungus, a bacteria, maybe even nematodes. There has to be a susceptible host. So that species of turfgrass has to be susceptible. St. Augustine or zoysia grass, that will be a host. But further, we can see some of our cultivars have different susceptibility to these diseases. So maybe a certain cultivar within the species of St. Augustine is more susceptible to certain diseases than the other ones. And lastly, we have to have a favorable environment. These are things like the air temperature has to be right. Some of our diseases prefer hot weather. Some of them prefer cooler weather. What about our soil pH? We're going to see a disease that really thrives in high pH a little later on and might be combated by just lowering your soil pH. And of course, moisture. Moisture is going to be a big common denominator with a lot of these diseases. So in order for a disease to occur, all three of these have to be met. We could have a pathogen. A lot of our pathogens are in the soil or in the thatch layer all the time. We have to have a susceptible host. So if we know we have a susceptible host to that disease, the big thing is taking the environment out of that, using cultural management practices to remove the environment to stop that disease from showing up. We also have what's called a disease tetrahedron. So, some may also include genetics when we take that human factor in. A lot of our diseases might have resistance, or a lot of our plants might have resistance mechanisms to some of these diseases. Sometimes we say humans are the biggest pest of all because we are causing some of these things to occur. So we have a disease triangle, but then we might have disease tetrahedron too that brings some human and genetic factors into the mix. So how are these pathogens introduced? Some of them are in the soil all the time. They might live in the thatch layer. They might be able to survive year-round in the heat, in the cold. They can overwinter. They can show back up when the disease environment is conducive for disease growth or pathogen exacerbation even. So when we think about non-soil borne pathogens, we think about vector-borne diseases where the pathogen is brought in by an insect, maybe even the wind. We will see a disease today that is actually airborne. The spores are airborne. Even the water, we do have some diseases that can travel along waterways, and of course animals too. These are all ways that pathogens can be introduced. So you can see, no matter what you do, as careful as you are sometimes, problems are going to occur. Problems are inevitable just because the wind blows and we can't control Mother Nature, right? Is it even a disease? Earlier I said it wasn't easy to ID diseases all the time. So we can see so many things that can look just like a disease. Mowing height problems. Maybe we mowed too low and all of a sudden a lot of our yard is scalped. It's brown. And so maybe we weren't aware that somebody mowed low. So all of a sudden we're seeing some potential disease symptoms. What about herbicide injury? Overuse of herbicides sometimes can look just like a disease. Winter injury. In the spring, right now, it's so common to think a lot of our yards have disease, but a lot of our yards still haven't came all the way out of winter dormancy yet. So once that dormancy period kind of passes and green up is prevalent and most of our yards are green, then we can see if some of our grass got injured over the winter. Maybe we had some winter kill that can look a lot like disease pressure. Summer stress, drought stress, of course, the heat, maybe salt injury, even nutrient deficiencies can look exactly like a disease. One of our diseases we'll see later, it starts out looking like a nutrient deficiency. Our leaves will start yellowing. They'll start off coloring, and that can look exactly like a disease. What about insects? Insect damage can look very, very similar to diseases. So we have to just think through the process of, okay, what time of year is it? What host do I have? Could this disease even be present? So as we go through this today, I want you to think about your management practices of your yard, the time of year. Could a disease even be out there right now? And if so, which one should we be looking for at this time of year? So I like to play a little game, and I know that, it would be more fun if we were in person, but I'm just going to show you a series of photos where I want to see if you can guess the problem, and you can guess to yourself, obviously. So this is a photo of an area that is outside of a resort in Florida. This came from Dr. Alan Wyndham, who was the plant pathologist at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. So what do you think is happening here? Can you guess the problem? There's a little hint in the photo right here. So this is actually caused by a high concentration of dog urine. And so this is an area that the only place for these dogs to go to the bathroom was right here where you're looking at. And so this is a combination of just multiple dogs having to go to the bathroom, a high concentration of dog urine. So it kind of looks like a disease though, right? It's got patchy looking circular symptoms. And so just thinking about the area, thinking about what's going on can help us rule out a disease in this case. Okay, what about this area? So this is an area that is a highly visited tourist location. This is in Nashville. Some of you might be saying, oh, that looks like the Parthenon. So this is a replica of the Parthenon. This is in Nashville. So what do you think is potentially happening in this really large open area here? So this is a combination of not only heavy foot traffic and just general wear and tear on these grasses from a highly visited area. This is also a combination of winter injury and wear. So when you think about heavy foot traffic, that's going to compact the soil a lot, and it's going to leave no room for air or water movement. And when we have heavy compacted areas, that's going to cause worse winter injury. So combination of these two stresses is really hurting that area there. Okay, what about this problem? This is a very common thing that we will see when we start going into our late fall, early winter. This is Bermuda grass. What do you think is going on here? Can you guess the problem? This is something that is not a disease. This is something that happens whenever we have a frost. So Bermuda grass is known to create this kind of zebra-like pattern whenever a frost occurs. And so a lot of times we will get inquiries about this, and then we'll say, well, what's happened? Is there some kind of weird nutrient application going on, or did I do something incorrectly when I sprayed a herbicide maybe, or a fungicide? What's going on? This is just simply an environmental effect of frost on Bermuda grass. So actually for this to occur, you have to have a pretty healthy lawn, pretty dense area. And it's pretty neat. I really love seeing this. It can happen on zoysia grass as well and other grasses, but this is a very typical thing of Bermuda grass. What about your microclimate that you're putting this in? Initially, if we came to the site, we might say, well, man, it looks like some disease maybe took this area out. Well, this is Bermuda grass sod. And if you remember back to our turfgrass selection presentation, we said that Bermuda grass does not thrive in the shade, right? And so this is an area that doesn't get enough light for Bermuda grass to survive. So we can even see in the top right corner that we have sod surviving up there, where over here we actually, well, the photo is showing the sun, but throughout the day we're not getting enough light for this Bermuda grass to survive. And so another thing is just think about your microclimate. Are these plants selected properly? Are they in the right location? And so this could be multiple issues. This could be an issue of shade. This could be an issue of wear, compaction. A lot of different stresses combined that are thinning this grass out this bad. And then my favorite thing is just to joke around with some homeowners to say, don't lie to us about the number of trees in your garden. this is 2020. We can Google your address if we want to, and we can see how much shade is in your yard. And so this is kind of just a little joke that someone called one time to a turf grass specialist and wanted to know, what grass they could grow in their yard. They swore they didn't have that much shade, but looking in their backyard, they have about 100% shade back there. So they're not going to be very successful at growing a lot of grass. And so don't set yourself up for failure initially. That's why turf grass selection is so important, so we can manage these grasses correctly and we can limit disease as much as possible. So sometimes you just have tough calls that no one is able to figure out. This was a yard that Dr. Wyndham actually went to visit a couple years ago in Tennessee, and it was a lawn that was managed by a lawn care company. It just never greened up in the spring, and no one could figure out why. No pathologist, there was no disease present, couldn't figure out what was going on. So we came to the conclusion that, the lawn care company did something potentially to that area that caused this, or potentially compounded stresses on this area might have led to some winter kill in this area, but we just couldn't figure it out. So we can't figure out the causes 100% of the time. So diseases, they don't respect property lines. These will go anywhere that the disease is, the environment's conducive for diseases to happen. And so if you have a disease in your yard, that doesn't mean that your neighbor can't get it. Remember, we said some of these diseases are going to spread by air. Some of them will spread by water. Some of them will spread on just mowing on your equipment. And so diseases don't respect property lines. So you have to be really careful if your neighbor has the disease and you're getting mowed by the same lawn care company. It's something to think about because it can easily be transmitted sometimes. Okay, so steps to diagnosis and problem solving was thinking through these environmental management practices. So step one is going to be assess the situation, confirm that there's potentially a disease present, and then we're going to identify what our disease could possibly be. Then we're going to evaluate everything. We're going to say, well, what have we been doing that could potentially cause this disease? Well, this year in Dallas, it's already rained like 22 inches, I believe, over half of the amount that we normally get a year. So think about that. We can't control the rain. Can we control our drainage patterns? Can we control where these pools of water might be during the day? What about your particular management practices? What are we doing? After we've done all of that, after we've assessed, confirmed, identified, and evaluated, we're going to use all of that stuff to design an approach that we'll use to solve the overarching problem of why did that disease occur, and what can we do to keep it from coming back. So we have some things that we can use to help us identify. So we've assessed the situation, we've looked, we see our plant parts, we see weird things growing in our yard that we haven't seen before. So this is what is called a sign. And all a sign is physical evidence of the occurrence of that pathogen. So we've seen unhealthy plant material. Now we can visibly see the physical evidence of the pathogen. It might be something like mycelium, which is what we're seeing here. It might be some type of fruiting body. It might be mold. So these are physical signs, physical evidence of signs of the pathogen. Furthermore, we can look at symptoms. Are we seeing discoloration? Are we seeing circular patterns? Are we seeing parts of our plant that are yellowing, chlorotic, rotting even? Look at those black colors on what we call the sheath of the plant. Are we able to see that? These are going to be visible effects of the disease on the plant. It could also include wilting, a lot of other things. Now, this is part of assessing our situation. What type of grass do we have? Do we have multiple types of grass in our yard? Is the disease only affecting one of those, or is it affecting all of it? We'll learn today that some of our diseases are, while they can occur on all of our warm season grasses, they're going to prefer some of our species over other species. Now, this is an example of an area that is in a Bermuda grass and zoysia grass golf course fairway. This is a large patch, and everything over on the right side of the screen used to be zoysia grass. Now, there is some weeds in here. There are some weeds. This is annual bluegrass. But everything that was affected by the disease, everything that's got the circular pattern in it, was zoysia grass. So zoysia grass is going to be much more susceptible to large patch than Bermuda grass is going to be. Now, Bermuda grass is thriving over here on the left. It was not impacted by the large patch. So very interesting. So think about what hosts you have, what's going on. Why is one getting attacked and the other one is not? Here's a larger photo of that. Zoysia grass over here on the right is affected. Bermuda grass over here on the left is not. Now, that does not mean that Bermuda grass cannot get large patch. It's just less susceptible to zoysia grass, or less susceptible than zoysia grass. So a lot of times the conditions will have to be more severe for Bermuda grass to show large patch symptoms than zoysia grass. Pretty interesting when you start thinking about it. So back to our first step, assess, confirm, and identify. So we want to go out and make notes. What are we seeing? Do we see discoloration? Do we see leaf spotting? Do we see growth problems? Do we see mycelium or mold or any other type of fruiting bodies? Do we see wilting? Just make notes of everything. Observe everything. Observe the foliar, observe the leaves, the sheaths, the roots, the stolons, the rhizomes. These are questions that we are going to want to know, or answers as specialists. We're going to want these questions answered. We're going to say, well, when did you start seeing these problems? How quickly did they develop? Was it overnight, or did it take a couple of weeks for these signs and symptoms to show up? What were you doing? What kind of plant parts are being affected? These are things that we're going to want to know. So another part of your assessing, confirming, and identifying is to confirm that there's not multiple pests. Oftentimes we can see pests coexist. Symptoms could potentially be caused by multiple pests. Maybe there's chinch bug damage, but maybe there's also a disease out there. This is an example of a chinch bug. Even if a disease is present and you've confirmed, you say, I know this disease is out there, this is what I'm seeing, the primary causal agent could be another pest. And so if we find that there are multiple pests out in our yard, we need to treat both problems simultaneously. We can't just treat one and expect everything to go away. We need to treat both to be effective. Okay, so we've confirmed that we have a disease present. Now let's think about our environment. I know we've talked about some of this before. Think about what you've been doing. Think about your microclimate. Think about your fertilization practices. Think about your watering practices. Think about your mowing practices. Think about everything you've been doing to that area. We don't want to go straight for the chemical. We want to figure out why this occurred, and if we do use a chemical to stop it in this case, or maybe even prevent it, why are we having to do that? What is going on? What are the underlying causes of why this disease is coming back? or why did it show up in the first place? So we really want to keep an open mind. We want to consider all the options. I love this little meme over here. It says, we're seeing a significant drop in customer complaints since we stopped answering our phones. Well, of course, if they evaluated why that was happening, they would know that they just ignored the problem, right? And it just seemingly went away, but it really didn't. So evaluate everything you're doing and understand the reasons why these things are happening. Number one thing you can do, and we recommend homeowners to do this on an annual or every 3-year basis, depending on if you are trying to impact something in your soil, take a soil test. It doesn't hurt. Remember earlier we talked about the environmental causes of a disease could be something as simple as the soil pH, soil fertility, soil moisture. So a lot of impacts could come from our soil on disease. So take a sample, send it to our lab, our soil, water, and forage testing lab right here in College Station. It could get a lot of valuable information. You can get your soil pH, you can get your main nutrients, and I'm sure that Dr. Bowling talked about this last week in her fertilization management presentation, that we can't rely on the nitrogen number on our soil test, but we can rely on most of our other nutrients in our soil test. And so we should always base our nitrogen amount on the species of grass, the use of the area, and our management capabilities. How much can we manage? And so throughout this, we'll see that fertilizer really can impact how either susceptible our lawn might be to disease, or how bad the disease pressure may be. Could be strongly exacerbated by the use of nitrogen, specifically nitrate nitrogen. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. Okay, so this is just some other things you can think about. And we've talked about all of these already, just thinking about the environment, thinking about the management considerations. What kind of things have you been doing? Are you the only one taking care of your yard? Do you have a management company that's doing half and you're doing the other half? What's going on? Just consider everything before making a final decision to either just spray the fungicide and just hope for the best, or make an integrated decision that's going to help stop that disease from coming back in the future. So this is where we're at the end. We've confirmed, we've identified, we've evaluated. Now we're going to take all of that material that we have gathered, and we're going to make a comprehensive approach that's going to include cultural practices, watering, fertilizing, mowing, and chemical practices for disease management. Some of these diseases are best managed preventively. So if we know that we're potentially going to have the right environment, and we know we've had that disease in the past, let's use some preventative measures. Those could include chemicals, but they could also include whether or not we should be choosing an alternative host. If we have St. Augustine and every year we get take all root rot, every year, and we just keep putting that grass back on that same site, and every year we get hit by take all root rot, should we consider an alternative species? What about the materials that we're bringing in? Cleanliness, overall maintenance of your equipment. Think about everything you're bringing into that site. Some of these diseases are in the soil all the time. What if we brought soil in from another site and we didn't really know a lot about that? What if we brought new sod in from another site and we didn't really know a lot about it? It could come with that pathogen already in that material. Thinking about washing your mower, thinking about cleaning your equipment is very important when we talk about diseases that can be transmitted on equipment. So thinking about all of those things are really going to help solve the problem in the future. So in general, disease management is going to consist of cultural biological and chemical management approaches. The overall goal of this management is to reduce not only the aesthetic damage that's caused by the plant diseases, but your economic damage. If we get a disease that wipes out half of our yard, it's going to cost us a lot of money to replace that, right? And so we don't want to just replace it and not think about any of our other management practices, because we are going to lose or have the potential to lose a lot more money. Now, on this one, we want to think about cultural and chemical. Biological is something that we're probably not going to do a lot of, if at all, on a homeowner level. This would be something like introducing a predatory fungus that will control another fungus. We're likely not going to do that on our home lawns. This might be something that's done in a more pointed management practice on a very, very high quality area. Now, cultural practices, we already talked about the growing environments, but there are varieties that do have increased resistance to specific diseases. But if we choose one of those varieties, that doesn't mean it has 100% resistance. That just means it might be a little less susceptible than one of the other varieties or cultivars of those species of grass. And so caution yourself with thinking that that cultivar or variety is going to be 100% resistant. Now, chemical. We want to use these chemicals, especially in a preventative way. We want to use them based on the weather. We want to use weather-based advisories such as soil temperatures to schedule those preventative applications, rather than saying, every October I'm going to spray my large patch preventative chemical. Well, we should really be relying on the soil temperatures, not a calendar-based system. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. So this is a big summary slide of a lot of diseases that can occur in Texas. Now, we are not going to talk about all of these. We are only going to talk about gray leaf spot, large patch, and take-all root rot or root decline. Now, they are very, very common. These are the most common ones we see on a homeowner level, but of course some of these other diseases can happen as well, but we're not going to specifically talk about them today. But please know, if you have any questions on any other turfgrass diseases that might happen, feel free to contact us at any time. Okay, the first one we're going to talk about is a disease called gray leaf spot. Now, gray leaf spot is more of a warmer weather disease. They may develop when temperatures are between about 70 and 95 degrees in the air. But the big thing about this fungus is that it requires at least 14 hours of continuous leaf wetness in order for that infection to be initiated. 14 hours. This is where irrigation management and drainage comes into a big part of this disease management. Now, whenever we are in control of our irrigation, we really want to think about watering to reduce the amount of leaf wetness as much as possible. We never want to water at night. We always want to water in the early morning. Generally, that's somewhere between about 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's really going to reduce the amount of time the leaf is going to be wet. We would never want to go out and water at 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., especially when it's hot, especially when it's humid. That's already going to be contributing to the leaf wetness. We don't want to exacerbate the problem by watering at an inappropriate time. So, this disease can be especially troublesome in shaded areas that remain damp for some time. So if you have a lot of trees, this is going to occur specifically on St. Augustine grass. Now, St. Augustine grass is known as the shade-tolerant, warm-season grass. And so if we already have areas of shade that we have this St. Augustine in, and then we have areas of full sun too, we can't treat those areas the same. Now, it's going to dry up a lot faster in the full sun areas, right? And so if we're watering full sun and shaded areas at the same exact way, then the shaded areas have a chance of staying damp for a longer period of time, which is going to not only cause the leaf to stay wet longer, but keep our soil basically at field capacity almost all the time, which is not good for disease development or root health. So some of the symptoms and signs we may see with this particular disease. On the leaf itself, we're going to see something similar to an oblong, tan, maybe gray, almost felt-like in some cases, lesions that are going to be purple to brown margins around the outside of that lesion, and eventually the inside of that lesion is going to turn tan. Now, a lot of times we see no distinctive patches with gray leaf spot, especially in a little bit higher mode turf. We might start seeing generalized blighting of large areas. So it just might start coalescing. Those leaves that have a lot of lesions on it are going to start coalescing. They'll form just blighted areas that are tan and off-colored, and you might not know exactly what's going on. So examining the leaf, in this case, would be very, very important. Now, this is one of the diseases that spreads by airborne spores. That's not good, right? If we have something that's spreading by airborne spores, they're even harder to control. And so tips for control. This upper right-hand photo here is what I'm talking about with that tan lesion on the inside of that. This is the bottom photo is what it might start out looking like, but eventually the middle of that is going to turn tan. So with control of this disease, we want to avoid higher rates of soluble nitrogen, which means quick release nitrogen. That means that when I put it down, I water it in, that nitrogen is available right away for that grass or those other plants, whatever plant it may be, to use. So we specifically want to avoid high rates of soluble nitrogen in the nitrate form, NO3, nitrate. This has been shown to exacerbate disease problems. And so we don't want to further exacerbate the disease just with fertilizer. Now, since this disease spreads by airborne spores, proper mowing is crucial. If you have this disease present, if you suspect you have this disease present, mowing and catching your clippings is going to be very vital. Don't put those clippings in your compost pile. Get them off site. We don't want them to be around. Proper mowing also opens up the canopy for proper air circulation through the canopy as well. That will help limit disease pressure. We already talked about deep and frequent irrigation. Only water when necessary. Manage your leaf wetness as much as possible. Figuring out how to better drain your soil is very, very important, especially when we have heavy, heavy amounts of rain, which we have been having lately, which keeps some of our soils moist all the time. We want to try to limit that as much as possible. Now, earlier I talked a little bit about resistant varieties. Some of them are available for St. Augustine, but some of the varieties have either lost some of the resistance to gray leaf spot or developed really bad problems with chinch bugs. So ryegrass is the cool season grass that can have gray leaf spots. So if you ever overseed your yard or you've used perennial or annual ryegrass before, you might have noticed this disease as a problem on that grass as well. And so with our perennial ryegrass breeding program specifically, we have had a lot of good results with some of the newer varieties being resistant for this. So that's really good, especially for sports turf managers that are going to be using perennial ryegrass pretty often, usually yearly. So with gray leaf spot chemical control, we don't always have to use fungicide. So if we go back to this photo, if we see something on this scale, the top right-hand corner, a lot of times we can just mow out of that. We can continue mowing properly, collecting our clippings, and just mow the problem out.
Now, when we get to something severe, like in this photo, we might have to use a fungicide. And so on this list, I have listed active ingredients that are shown to gray leaf spots either on the label or they're at least shown to have some type of successful control are on this list. And so, of course, you can get combinations of these chemicals. I put an example at the bottom, azoxystrobin and propiconazole. If we can use dual active ingredients, then that is going to be preferred. And so anything with a little 1 on it, like azoxystrobin, resistance to those fungicides can be developed very easily, especially if you continuously use those fungicides alone. And so we should always alternate these fungicides, but we can alternatively choose those products like Headway or Pillar G that have the 2 active ingredients in there. And so using 2 active ingredients is going to give us a lot better. It's just going to give us a better chance at controlling it, just because what if we had developed resistance to one of these active ingredients from prolonged use? Then if we have resistance, then we're not going to get much control. So just trying to rotate those as much as possible and use dual active ingredients is very, it's very good. We definitely recommend that. Okay, our next disease we're going to talk about is large patch or brown patch. So you might have seen these solely called brown patch before. You might have heard it called zoysia patch before, but we are going to concentrate on the 2 terms, large patch for warm season grasses and brown patch for cool season grasses. And of course, we're only going to concentrate on the warm season grasses for this presentation. Now, large patch can affect all warm season grasses. However, we do find that in the state of Texas, St. Augustine and zoysia grass are much more susceptible to large patch. And so we say it's the most economically important disease for St. Augustine and zoysia grass for control purposes. Now, what is the difference between large patch and brown patch? Now, we have separated these 2. They are the same pathogen, Rhizoctonia solani. However, they have different anastomosis groups. And basically, anastomosis groups is just a different species within that pathogen or a different gene within that pathogen that's going to be used. And so they need to be treated a little bit different way. We can't control them the exact same way. Now they're different, right? Now large patch is going to have 2 times of the year where it can be active, fall and the spring. Brown patch is going to be active in the summer, in the hot weather. Large patch prefers cooler weather. Now, large patch is going to specifically attack the lower crown, which remember we said that was a heartbeat of the turfgrass plant. Little reminder from our turfgrass selection. And then the leaf sheaths. And so we'll show a little bit an up-close photo of the leaf sheaths in the actual area that plant is being attacked. And brown patch is solely going to be on the leaves, going to be a foliar disease. So symptoms of large patch. We saw it in our first photo. We see it in the second photo. Circular, discolored patches. Oftentimes those borders are orange, yellow, rusty colored. Now, a good field diagnostic is that the disease shoots, because remember we said it was a crown and a sheath disease. So if we look at this top photo to the right, this outer protective layer is what we are calling the sheath, right? Oops. So since this is a sheath and a crown disease, that area is going to be rotted. So we should be able to pull those shoots directly out of the center just by using our hand, because it's going to be rotted. Now the roots are not going to be impacted in large patch. This is a sheath and a crown disease. So those disease stems, sheaths, they're going to show dark brown lesions. This upper photo is St. Augustine. This bottom photo is actually a greens zoysia grass. This was mowed at 0.09 inches So low, 0.09 inches. But you can see the sheath of that grass. You can tell that it is rotted. I could take that shoot in the middle and easily pull it out of that sheath. Now, in large patch, the fungus is present in the soil and the thatch layer year-round. So we have to think about our environment. We have to think about what kind of conditions are going to promote large patch infection. Now, we said that large patch likes cooler weathers. Typically, temperatures less than 70, 75 degrees are going to be prime time for large patch to show up. If we don't have a really, really bad infection, then when hot weather starts coming, when those temperatures start rising in the summer, the late spring, we can see the disease activity go away, slow down. Now, that doesn't mean that our grass is going to recover right away, but it does mean that that disease is going to be inactive at that time. Just like we said earlier, poor drainage, over irrigation, evening watering, over fertilization, especially in the fall, and especially with nitrate nitrogen. Be careful if you're using too much nitrate nitrogen or just too much fertilizer in general. Now, since this fungus is living in the thatch layer, excess thatch layer is going to be a problem because it's going to harbor that disease in there. So remember earlier at the very second slide that we showed, we had a guy looking in a microscope at these things. So sometimes our large patch symptoms can kind of look like something else. So it might show up and you might say, well, dang, that leaf looks kind of gross or similar to some of these other diseases. Some of these are looking the same. Some of these areas are blighted and I need to see what's going on. And so if I sent this to a pathologist, they're going to look under a microscope and say, I can tell exactly what this is. If we look down at the bottom right corner, we see Rhizoctonia, and this is what we're seeing under the microscope. It's always going to have a right angle. So it's always going to have a right angle. It's always going to have these little cross walls in there as well. Pythium blight has no cross walls, no right angle. Dollar spot is another disease that we could potentially see in our yard. And it's always going to have a Y branching. And it's always going to have those cross walls on there. So a pathologist can look at those samples under the microscope and easily say, I know this is Rhizoctonia. I know this is Pythium blight. And so just because we can't always tell on the surface doesn't mean that we can't get a good disease diagnostic with a microscope or with a pathologist. So some steps to prevent large patch. These are all cultural things that we can do. Remove thatch by either aerating, verticutting, power raking, getting that thatch out, reducing our leaf wetness periods. We already talked about early morning watering, 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. Soil drainage is vital. Balancing your nitrogen fertility, keeping under those levels. Specifically, zoysia grass is very susceptible to high nitrogen for large patch. Really staying around that 3 pounds of N per thousand per growing season will really help you manage that from a nitrogen standpoint. Maintaining proper mowing height, and then using your soil test to balance your fertility. So use those soil test results to your advantage. If you need help figuring out the results, figuring out what to do, this is where we can help you. Our soil lab can help you. Here are some large patch registered fungicides, specifically for homeowners. Now you can tell that these fungicide active ingredients over here on the left are very similar, or actually the exact same as the ones that were labeled for gray leaf spot. This is why rotating these fungicides is so important, because we don't want to try to control gray leaf spot in the summer and then come back and use that same fungicide again and again for large patch. Large patch is best controlled preventatively. However, you don't really need to control it preventatively unless you know you've had a problem in the past. And so applications are best initiated when soil temperatures are below 70 for 5 consecutive days. If you know you've had a severely affected area in the past, you can repeat those applications. Use the fungicide label, but typically every 4 to 6 weeks when those soil temperatures are between 50 to 70 degrees. Now, if you found that you only had large patch in one area of your yard, you don't have to treat the whole yard. You can spot treat to reduce the cost of the fungicides, but treating preventatively for large patch is going to be better. It's going to offer you more results. Now, this is in the fall. You want to create preventative applications, put them down in the fall when those soil temperatures are between 50 to 70 degrees. Now, if you do have the disease come out in the spring, you can treat with a fungicide, but don't expect that grass to just bounce back immediately. The fungicide is meant to stop the disease activity, but it's not going to just overnight magically improve that area. So that's where some of those cultural practices are going to come in after the disease activity is halted to redo some of those areas. Okay, so I show you this because this is an interesting research tool that is happening more and more, and we're trying to figure out some more cultural fertilizer recommendations for large patch treatment. So what happened here is that these 3 agar dishes they had the pathogen on it, and so they were treated with 3 different types of quick release or soluble fertilizer, nitrogen. The first one on the left was treated with urea. The middle one is calcium nitrate. The one on the right is ammonium sulfate. Now, typically, if that pathogen is going to show, it's going to be very dark brown pigment. So look at the left one. Look at urea. It has pathogen is present. It has exacerbated that pathogen production. So urea is not good for large patch management, right? The pathogen's out there. Don't fertilize with urea. The middle, calcium nitrate. It's showing the pathogen is not as bad, but look at ammonium sulfate. It has stopped the pathogen from being produced. It restricted the ability of it to infect and cause a disease in their plant host. Therefore, potentially in the future, we might be recommending field applications of ammonium sulfate for a tool to inhibit that melanin formation in that pathogen of large patch. And we could potentially see a decrease in large patch incidence. This is just to show you that there is a lot of research going on and to try to figure out, well, we don't want to just blanket say don't use soluble fertilizers, but we can see in this that urea and nitrate forms are making the pathogen come out and infect, where we see ammonium sulfate not allowing the pathogen to grow or to show itself. So pretty interesting things that are coming out of some of our research. We're actually going to try to implement a research study just like that at the Texas A&M Dallas Center. And so then we'll feel more comfortable with making recommendations like that in the future for large patch management. Okay, the last disease we're going to talk about is take-all root rot. All of our warm season turf grasses can be infected with take-all root rot. You might see it more often in St. Augustine, the most susceptible likely, zoysia grass next, and then Bermuda grass. You might hear it called Bermuda grass decline in some cases. So this is another one of those pathogens that are always in the soil. So it's found in diseased grass and apparently healthy looking turf grass as well. So a lot of times you can send a sample in and you might not be seeing take-all symptoms, but you might have take-all show up on your disease report. Just because it's one of those pathogens that sticks around in the soil, and it's kind of an opportunistic fungus. It's going to just all of a sudden, oh, that grass is stressed from drought, or it's got high pH, or the soil or the water they're using is high sodium water, I'm going to jump on that because the grass is already stressed. It's an opportunistic fungus. So right now is the perfect time that we really see most of our symptoms. Spring, early summer, as those turf grasses are emerging from dormancy. But really, we can see this all year round anytime our grass is stressed, which makes it harder and harder to identify sometimes. So initially, this photo to the left is going to be very typical symptoms. Yellowish foliage. We're going to see chlorotic tissue, chlorotic leaves. Eventually that area is going to brown and wilt. We're going to see thinning turf. It could be irregular patches, no distinct patch. And it could be 1 to 20 feet in diameter, which is just mind-boggling. So you could lose a lot of area with take-all root rot. Now, this is a root disease, which is why our roots are typically going to be short. They're going to be blackened. They may be weak. They may be rotten. Stolons are going to be easy to lift from the soil because those roots are so weak. We might see discolored nodes, stems. They might be black. They might be looking like they're rotting. So you might be saying, well, it's a root disease, but why are the leaves turning colors? Well, because the roots are unable to take up the nutrients, right? As well as they were in the past. And so most of our nutrients are taken up through our roots. So forms like nitrogen, maybe iron might not be either available or maybe they can't be taken up because the roots are unhealthy. So here's some other things that you might see. Here's some patches down below. You know, it looks like healthy grass in the middle. A lot of times we'll see grass try to come back and try to start regrowing, but oftentimes it will just discolor and brown and die. And so we see on these pieces of our grass up here or that our roots are brown, they're weak, they're thin. We see that black discoloration on some of our nodes and some of our stolon pieces. And so when we get things like this, it's a very big sign that it could potentially be take-all root rot. Some conditions that could affect or cause take-all root rot infection. Back to that rain and irrigation events. Moisture management is so important with all of these diseases. We might see that we get more severe disease in sunny locations. Maybe it's more stress in that area. This is an opportunistic disease that will jump on stressed areas. High soil pH, specifically above 6.5, we see the disease incidence is higher at those levels. High sodium water, heavy lime applications. Trying to lower your pH very rapidly, heavy lime applications. And again, frequent nitrate forms of nitrogen, heavy nitrate forms of nitrogen. So as we said earlier, you know, a lot of these conditions can promote plant stress, drought even, bad fertilization practices, bad mowing practices, bad dethatching practices, compaction. A lot of these things can cause take-all infection. It can show up anytime during the year. Here's a lot of steps to control and manage take-all root rot. It seems that most of our management practices are in the environmental reign. Cultural practices, environmental practices really matter. Lowering your soil pH. Lowering your soil pH. So sorry, I had a little blip. So lowering your soil pH is very important for the management of this grass or this disease on your grasses. Using things like ammonium sulfate, compost, peat moss, mixing some sulfur products in with those compost and peat moss applications. Sulfur is very immobile in the soil, so getting it down into the soil profile is very important. A lot of times we're not going to be able to lower our soil pH a lot, or maybe even at all. So at least attempting to lower the soil pH in the root zone area is very important. The upper couple of inches is better than nothing. And so working with a soil lab or working with a specialist to figure out the best steps to lower your soil pH is very important, because we don't want to put these amendments down for nothing. We want to make sure we're doing it the right way that it will work. Using your soil test, again, balancing that ratio of nitrogen and potassium, 1-to-1 ratio, equal amounts. Be judicious with your nitrogen applications. We already said to avoid the nitrate nitrogen. And so thinking about your amounts that you're putting down, try to limit to no more than 4 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet on your St. Augustine, and around 5 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet on your Bermuda grass, especially at a homeowner level. If you're not heavily using your grass, then there's no need to put down a lot of nitrogen. Base it on the use, base it on your species, and base it on some recommendations from some specialists. So doing all you can to alleviate your soil compaction. Remember, we talked about this living in the soil, living in the thatch layer. If you pull your cores, remove your cores, do not put them back into your soil. It helps increase your water infiltration, and it helps promote your root health. Pruning trees, reducing some shade to alleviate that stress and that wetness is something that we can think about. But you don't want to prune your trees too badly to harm the tree, but we just want to be careful, work with an arborist to do that. Things like mowing at appropriate heights, increasing your mowing heights, especially during rainy periods, irrigating appropriately. Irrigation water is so important for these disease management, especially in cultural management. Here are some active ingredients that they're very similar to the ones I showed you with large patch and with gray leaf spot, rotating these as much as possible. Now with take all, we have seen chemical control be very sporadic, be very slow. Preventative applications are best. Typically, we recommend them about 3 weeks before typical symptoms will show up, which is typical symptoms will show up in the spring. We are recommending these when soil temperatures are approximately 65 degrees for about 5 consecutive days. We based on our pathologist at Texas A&M, I believe we recommend spring applications being the best. And so when spring soil temperatures are around 65 degrees and you know you've had take all root rot problems in the past, this is not a bad idea to do the preventative application. Here are some resources. We have a weed, insect, disease control, and turfgrass guide. Some of the herbicides and fungicides and insecticides might need to be updated a little bit, but it still is a valid guide for ID purposes. We do have some fact sheets on large patch disease in warm season grass, take all root rot as well. And so please visit our AgriTurf website for more information. Please visit our AgriTurf website for more information. Go to the publications tab, and we have tons of information on diseases, insects, and all of that stuff on that website. Again, here's my contact information. Dr. Chrissy Siggers, you can email me. I definitely respond to email better than a phone call. Please follow me on Twitter. And if you visit our AgriTurf webpage, please sign up for updates. We send a couple of updates out every year just to remind you about events we have coming up, or maybe some new fact sheets, new tools that you can use. And so I hope you enjoyed this presentation today on diseases. I will be on Facebook Live on Monday at 6 p.m. So please join me there, and please check our Facebook, our AgriTurf Facebook, for more updates. And I hope that this will help you in your disease management, and have a wonderful day. Happy Turfy Tuesday, everyone. This is Dr. Chrissy Siggers, and today we're going to talk about turfgrass pest management. We will talk about both weeds and insects, but we will focus more on weeds with a small section at the end on insects, with our most common insects that occur in turf. So first of all, just a reminder that weeds do not cause bad turf. Bad turf practices cause weeds. And so think about everything we've been talking about in this turfgrass management series. I like to think about turfgrass management as a ladder, where every rung is very, very important to be able to get up to the next rung. So at the bottom, we have not only selecting the proper turf grass, we have properly establishing that grass to the best of your ability to give you success. And after establishment, using those other cultural practices like irrigation, fertilization, cultivation, mowing that Dr. Becky Bowling talked about in 2 of our series, really to your advantage, and doing them in the right amounts, not over or underdoing them. That's really going to lead to successful control of pests. A dense, healthy canopy of turf grass is really our first defense against pests. Now, things will happen, right? We can do everything 100% perfect. We might not have a weed in our yard, but things happen, right? And this presentation is going to focus more on chemical management, really, some options that we can use when we do have troublesome weeds. But just remember your cultural management practices as well. They can help solve a lot of our issues and won't lead to really bad problems in the end. So just think about those things as we go through here. So when we talk about weed control, we really like to say that about 70% of weed control is that cultural management, doing that proper mowing, that proper irrigation, culturally managing your grass like it needs to be managed. Now, 30% of that is going to be chemical control, and we hope that the majority of that chemical control will be preventative applications of chemicals. Now, sometimes we do have to be reactive. We can't prevent all weeds with pre-emergent herbicides, so about 30% of that is going to be chemical control, but we first want to focus on why is that weed coming, cultural control practices, and then if we can't control it culturally, we will think about using the chemical. So I love this image because it does show you that cultural practices do matter. Anybody have an idea of what's going on here? I know I can't hear or see you, but I'm hoping that you're thinking that this is an irrigation problem. We start seeing these irrigation circles after usually low pressure problems with our irrigation. And so this issue might seem like it can be solved very easily with just fixing your irrigation, and that's probably the case, but something like this prolonged can lead to other issues, other disease issues, other weed encroachment issues. So just thinking about something as simple as your irrigation pressure is really, really a big deal. What about mowing quality? You know, I really love this photo, and it gets a laugh usually when I show it at face-to-face presentations, but you know, we want to avoid mowing in conditions such as these. We want to, and I know most of you have this mower at your house, and it's just pretty funny. But you know, we want to avoid mowing in very wet conditions. We want to avoid mowing really, really tall turf when we can avoid it. So we want to use our mowing quality and our mowing practices to our advantage, not to our disadvantage. Now, sometimes I do realize that cases come up where you do have to mow in inappropriate times, and I understand that, but just doing the best you can for proper mowing is really, really important. So weed resistance is very expensive. Prevention is key. So this is a photo of our big nemesis in the fall and winter, early springtime. This is annual bluegrass. Some of you might know it as Poa annua. I like to tell everyone this is our only turfgrass weed that everybody knows by the scientific name. Everybody calls it Poa, which is, you know, the genus. Poa annua is the genus and species. And so everybody says, well, what about that Poa? How we get rid of that Poa? Well, Poa is becoming a very large issue. We actually have a very large USDA grant that is a multi-university grant trying to figure out which chemicals this weed is resistant to, and how we can slow the spread of resistance, and what type of population is occurring with those resistant populations showing up. And so we have multi-million-dollar grants working on this single weed. It's really crazy to think about. And so this is this phenomenon of resistance is occurring from using the same site of action or the same group number over and over again. And later on in our presentation, I'll show you exactly what that group number means and how to find that information. So this is a weed that it's an annual weed, but it can produce seed, right? Annual weeds generally spread by seed first. And so when we're looking at this image here, if we see, hopefully you can see my pointer. If you see this weed right here, this is an example of a resistant weed. Now, if that weed has resistance built into it already, every seed that it produces has the potential to also have resistance built up. Anybody have an idea of how many seeds this one plant could produce per year? I hope you're thinking in the 1,500 to 2,500 range of seeds. And so that's just going to be contributing to our seed bank and really be hurting us in the future. Now, here's an example of a susceptible weed right next to it. And so rotating those site of actions and those group numbers in those fungicides, or not fungicides, in those herbicides is really important. Sorry, I have diseases on the brain right now. So you might ask yourself, is it cheaper just to start fresh? How much time do I have to devote to controlling weeds in my yard? Do I want to devote time to doing this? It really depends on how many weeds you have in your yard, and how patient you are. I have worked with homeowners in the past that have had a good success of being very patient and going from 70 to 75% weeds in their yard to over 50% grass in a few years if they are patient and willing to put the work in. So you really have to decide for yourself, is it cheaper for me to start fresh? What is my budget? What is my timeline? Why am I doing this in the first place? So that's something you can think about. So what is a weed? So a weed could be something as simple as a plant out of place, or any plant that me as a human or myself as a human has deemed unwanted. So really, weeds are in the eye of the beholder. Just like they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, you don't have to control your weeds if you don't want to. If you are okay with those clovers and those dandelions being in your yard, by all means, please don't control them. Some of our weeds are really beneficial to our environment. Things like clover are producing nitrogen and also providing a flower for pollinators such as bumblebees and things like that. Butterflies as well will hang out on some of our weeds. And so if you have a weed that is not causing an issue, or it's not thinning your turf to very, very bad percentages, then you can think to yourself if you want to control that weed. Crabgrass, goosegrass, those are weeds that are able to be controlled, but also able to be left alone if you are okay with that. A lot of times I will recommend homeowners to control weeds, especially if they are a weed that could cause harm, such as sand burr or maybe lawn burr weed. Those are weeds that are actually going to have a structure, a reproductive structure on them that are going to harm you or maybe your animals or something like that. So a weed in your home lawn might be different to control than a weed on a football field, so you really have to decide for yourself if you want to control a weed. And so whenever we talk about chemicals today, we are going to talk about mostly synthetic chemicals. If you are deciding to control that weed, it is your decision ultimately what chemical you use, and if you even use a chemical. So we are not promoting the use of chemicals always. We are leaving that up for you to decide, but we are just providing you some options of control. So today we're going to be talking about mostly, or really all, controlling weeds in warm season grass. And so at times up here on the top left and the bottom left are cool season weeds in warm season grasses. But what happens when we have warm season weeds in warm season grasses? And so it gets really tough when we start talking about controlling, warm season weeds within warm season grasses, and that gets really tough. And so what I'm going to try to do today is present you with the most effective controls of some of our tough to control summer weeds, but of course we're not going to cover all of them. And we will be here next Monday for a Facebook Live event where you can ask more questions. So weeds are really difficult to control because of a lot of reasons. So we have to think about their life cycles. We have annual weeds. We have perennial weeds that are going to live 2 or more years. And then we have biennial weeds that can live around 2 years. And so we really have to think about how these weeds are going to spread to best think about what kind of chemical we need to control them. So the ability to spread, we have an image of nutsedge up here in the top left where we see underground rhizomes and underground tubers, which that gives them the ability to spread. So we wouldn't go out and spray a nutsedge with something like a contact herbicide and expect that not to come back. Now, what about annual weeds? Most of our annual weeds do not have any vegetative structures under the ground that allow them to spread under the ground by vegetative structures. They typically spread by seed. And so we might be able to control an annual weed a little bit different than we would be a perennial weed. Some of our weeds have built up herbicide tolerance over the years because of overuse, like we talked about, or just good old genetics of that plant are unable to tolerate or are better able to tolerate some herbicides than others. And then that biology that we were talking about, annual, perennial, or biennial, how are they spreading? What about some other things? Earlier we talked about starting 100% successful establishment, no weeds in sight. Why do weeds show up sometimes? What about just the wind blowing? What about us walking? What about humans, driving your car, parking in your yard? There can be things on your tire. There could be sand burr stuck into your tire that could fall off into your lawn and then potentially be spread through that burr. And so this is an image of actually annual bluegrass on a tennis shoe that you would just think was just general leaf debris. And so you wouldn't even really realize sometimes that you're spreading the seed that could potentially contribute to the seed bank that could germinate next year or even this year, depending on the maturity of that seed. And so really just thinking about that, being very cognizant of what you're bringing into your area, contamination, cleaning your equipment, cleaning things off of especially high valued areas. It's very, very important. So when we talk about weeds, we don't want to just say a general approach, blanket approach. We'll always use this chemical, always use this for that, always use that for this. And so we really want to think about a more specific approach, specific to your yard, specific to not your neighbor's yard, but your particular yard. Don't just put down a chemical because your neighbor might be putting down a chemical. Think about what weeds you have in your yard. So thinking about warm season weeds, we are going to rely mostly on pre-emergent herbicides for a lot of our problems. We need to think about our situation. What season do we have most of our weeds? What are the historic weed problems? Do we have crabgrass? Do we have goosegrass? Do we have annual bluegrass? If we've never seen that in our yard and we've never treated for it in the past, likely we're not going to need to treat for it this year. And so just thinking about your historic weed problems and then thinking about whether or not you want to seed your lawn. Maybe you want to redo some areas. Maybe you want to recover some areas. Do we want to overseed our yard if we have Bermuda grass in the fall? Some of those things are something we can think about before deciding what we need to do with our weed control. And then what is the condition of your area in the first place? Now, we're going to focus on pre-emergent herbicides for the first part of our presentation. So pre-emergent herbicides are those herbicides that are effective against mostly annual weeds. Now, they can have some effectiveness on some of our perennial weeds that spread by seed, but they won't have any effect on the structures that are overwintering or that particular weed. They might just stop other weed seed from coming up in the lawn. And so with these, timing is very critical to stop our most troublesome weeds at particular times of the year. So these chemicals don't prevent seeds from germinating. They prevent seeds from emerging. So you can kind of see the treated and untreated dishes up here with pre-emergence. And so they are stopping that weed seed from emerging. So we actually have to help promote germination for these chemicals to work in our soils. The age-old question that a lot of our homeowners forget sometimes: could my pre-emergent inhibit the rooting of my desired grass? Now, this is an image of Bermuda grass, and this is a Bermuda grass stolon, and we can see that it doesn't have any roots developed on that stolon, and it doesn't have any roots to tack down to the soil. Now, we do see certain group of our pre-emergent herbicides inhibiting rooting. And now the really downside of that would be, especially if you're trying to promote recovery in a certain area, maybe you had a disease problem and you want to promote recovery, or you resodded that area, but you forgot that you used certain pre-emergent herbicides that could potentially inhibit or limit your rooting. And so I've seen that in the past. I might have told the story on the disease slides, but I really can't remember. I've seen this in the past with a yard that had take all root rot, and it had it for 2 to 3 years. And they couldn't figure out why the areas would never root down, or none of the sod would ever root down. Well, it turns out they had been using only root inhibiting pre-emergent herbicides for the last couple of years, multiple times a year. And so there's no surprise now that's why that area was not recovering or not rooting down. And so these are some common pre-emergent herbicides that may be found in some homeowner products at Home Depot or Lowe's, but also may be found in a little bit more professional grade products that homeowners can buy and use on residential lawns. But a lot of these active ingredients are found just at your big box stores. And so remember earlier when I was talking about those group numbers. So these group numbers are coming from the Weed Science Society of America. And what we want to start doing as homeowners, or as anyone doing anything to their turf grass, is being aware of mode of action groups. So mode of action is just how that chemical is going to kill that plant. So for instance, in this group 3 right here, group 3 is what we call mitotic inhibitors, which is basically going to stop cell division from occurring. So most of these chemicals are going to kill the plant in a very similar way, but some of them might have a little variable site of action. And we could talk about that in more detail later. Now, group 5 is going to be a photosystem inhibitor, which is going to stop photosynthesis. So you see where I'm going here. Each group is going to have a different mechanism of killing that plant. And so if we get in the habit of only using prodiamine every year, then that weed is going to stop being, being able to be killed, because it's going to build up resistance, because it's trying to kill that plant the same way every time. And so over time, resistance can happen. Now, some things to be aware of on this list, and I hesitate putting some of these chemicals on this list, but they are available to you, so you should know something about them. Now, everything in the group 3, as I said, can be easily found in a homeowner big box store. And so over here on the right, I have listed your labeled seeding or overseeding interval, which you need to, based on the label, wait this long until you put any other seed down and expect to have success with it germinating. Now, these chemicals in group 5 are known as triazines. Triazines are kind of known as contaminating groundwater sometimes. So when we're using chemicals with the active ingredient atrazine or simazine, we really need to be careful to follow the label and to use them properly. Now, these chemicals are also known, especially atrazine and simazine specifically, are known not to do very well in high pH soils or high pH water. And so if you live in an area with a pH over about 7.5 on up to 8, we need to think about our choices, and if we're going to use these chemicals, how efficacious are they going to be? And so those are some things you could think about with that. Now, azoxybin in group 21, azoxybin is really good for broadleafs. And we see some chemicals that you can find with multiple active ingredients in it. A common one is prodiamine and azoxybin. We have another one that has dithiopyr and azoxybin in it. And that just gives our chemical makeup a little bit more boost to control more broadleafs as well as grassy weeds. And so just be aware that some of these will come in dual active ingredients. And so that will help out when we talk about pre-emergent weed control. So just thinking about your key weeds for pre-emergence control. Now we're going to focus on summer annual weeds just because it is in that late spring or spring, early summer type temperature outside right now. And so that's what we're going to focus on. Now, it is, I can't even remember what day it is. It's May. It's already the 1st of May. And so we are definitely past our first application of pre-emergence because we generally see crabgrass start germinating when it gets 57 degrees or higher in the soil. And we see goosegrass starting to germinate when it's over 60 degrees in the soil. I actually saw some goosegrass outside earlier when I was walking my dog. And so it is too late for that initial pre-emergent application. Now, these are some other weeds that might be able to be controlled with pre-emergent herbicide, especially if you are using them in combination with a grassy pre-emergent and a broadleaf pre-emergent. A lot of these extra weeds will kind of jump on there. So it just gives you a little bit of an idea when these are germinating, relevant to crabgrass at that 57 degrees. Then we have doveweed, which I saw outside earlier, so it's already up. And then we have buttonweed coming as well. I have not seen any buttonweed outside yet, but that does not mean it's not out. And so let's look at some typical applications. Now, these are very typical 2 applications, one in the spring, one in the fall. Now, we are already past our initial springtime application for crabgrass and goosegrass primary germination. But good thing is that we are actually at, if we were using a split application, if we were going to put 2 applications out, we are at our second application interval right now. And so some of you might be saying, well, it's definitely too late for me to use any pre-emergent at all. That's not the case, because some of our weeds will have prolonged germination throughout the summer, especially weeds like goosegrass, especially weeds like sandbur that we will talk about later. So it's not too late to get some control. In some areas of the state, you might have missed that initial flush of these weeds, but you will catch some of them if you use a pre-emergent right now. A good idea is using a pre-emergent that also has post-emergent activity. And we can talk about some of those later when we're talking about post-emergent control. That's not a bad idea when you're using a late pre-emergent application or your second pre-emergent application. So I thought it would be interesting just to talk about a few troublesome summer weeds. Now, we are not going to talk about all of them. I'm trying my best to keep this under an hour, so we don't have time to talk about all of them. So I'm just going to focus on the ones I think are the ones that are asked about the most each year and the ones that are the hardest to control sometimes. So the first one we're going to talk about is large crabgrass. Now, the easy way to ID this is look at all of these hairy bits on our leaf and our sheath area. So a lot of hairs, a lot of visible hairs that you can see all over the leaf and all over the sheath. And so we also see this inflorescence that's got a 3 to 4 finger-like inflorescence, and so that's very common of crabgrass. Hairs on all surfaces, the leaves rolled in the bud, light green appearance. Now, when we talk about large crabgrass, very hairy grass, summer annual, pre-emergent is the biggest thing to control this. Using a pre-emergent herbicide is going to give you the best control of crabgrass. We do have a limited options with post-emergence. So post-emergence, dithiopyr, you might have remembered seeing that on the pre-emergent list. Now, this is one of those pre-emergent herbicides that has pre and post activity on crabgrass, and this is up to 1 tiller, which may be about 4 to 5 leaves. So if you missed your crabgrass pre-emergent, and then you notice crabgrass coming up and you only see 1 tiller, a couple of leaves, you can use dithiopyr, that's the active ingredient, to your advantage. You can use that for pre-control and post-control for crabgrass. Now, it does have a lot of other weeds on the label, so always read your label to see what other weeds you could potentially control. Another active ingredient is quinclorac that we have seen have really good control on crabgrass. Now, catching it smaller is the best. Once crabgrass gets pretty large, we may see inconsistent control. Okay? So raising your mowing height and using nitrogen as well can help to control crabgrass. Now, another type of crabgrass is smooth crabgrass. This is very similar to large crabgrass, except it's not very hairy. We can see the difference where we see little to no hairs on this crabgrass, but very, very similar in all other ways. Same control mechanisms as well, but just another identification tip. Hairy versus sparsely hairy, and they're both summer annuals, and they have the same type of control: pre-emergent, pre-emergent, pre-emergent. And remember those post-emergent options that we talked about. When does crabgrass germinate? So this is kind of a good little nature's way of letting you know when it's time to put down your crabgrass pre-emergent for next year, because we already talked about how it was too late for the initial application. Now, this is a forsythia. We typically say between the full bloom and the 50% bloom drop is a good indication of soil temperatures being around that 55-degree temperature range, and that's the perfect time to put down our crabgrass initial pre-emergent, because remember we said crabgrass will germinate around 57 degrees in the soil. Okay, so that was crabgrass. So Dallas grass, this is a really, really tough one, and so this is everywhere right now. I've already seen tons of seed heads. Dallas grass is a very, very, very hard to control weed, and so this is one of those that's going to take multiple applications for multiple years to control. This is a perennial weed. It does have rhizomes under the ground, and so that makes it even harder to control. So we would not ever want to use a contact herbicide to try to control Dallas grass, since it's not going to be able to translocate down through the plant, and it will just kill what's on top, and it will come back from those underground rhizomes. It does have a very jagged, what we call ligule. See that membranous ligule? That's very jagged. It does have sparse hairs, but the big ID feature is that it has a very prominent midrib going down the leaf. If you look in that middle photo at the top, very prominent midrib. So we already talked about some of the ID features, and just be careful to correctly ID between crabgrass and Dallas grass. I know it can still get some people. And so just using some of those ID features will really help figure out which one you have, because control is going to be so much different. So with this one, control, we want to catch it in the early spring, right when it starts coming out, and the fall time as well, right before it goes into dormancy. We want to spray it twice, at least twice a year, maybe more. We have seen some herbicide resistance with Dallas grass. And now when we talk about controlling it post-emergent, because we cannot control this weed pre-emergent. Now, these are going to be a little bit more professional chemicals that you really need to be experienced in putting these down to get 100% or get the most out of these chemicals that you can. You're never going to get 100% control all the time, but to get the most out of these chemicals, it takes a little bit more finesse to put some of these down. But I mention them because they're really the only chemicals that really have control on the label. Now, those are chemicals like Tribute Total, which is going to have 3 active ingredients. It's actually a combination of Celsius, Revolver, and then Manuscript. And so these are 2 selective chemicals that do have control on the label. But I'm going to tell you, I used Tribute Total in a trial this last year. I sprayed it twice in the fall and once in the spring, and Dallas grass is still living. So you have to be very diligent in controlling Dallas grass. You have to spray it at the appropriate time, and you have to spray it multiple times. It can take up to multiple years. So don't get discouraged, because it's a very, very hard weed to kill. Now, you can spot spray this with glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup. Best time to spray it would be particularly if your grass is going to go dormant in the late fall, early winter, then it's a perfect time to spray it, because Dallas grass will stick around a lot longer than some of our grasses. And so just be aware that if you do spray any of your desirable turf grass with glyphosate, there could be severe injury or even death. So be very careful when spraying with glyphosate, and make sure your desirable grasses are dormant, or either be sure that you can spray only the Dallas grass. Very tough weed to control. I threw doveweed in here because I saw it while walking earlier, and I thought, well, maybe this is a good time to talk about doveweed. Now, doveweed at first glance does look a lot like St. Augustine, maybe even centipede in some cases. So sometimes we might just see it in our yard and think it's part of our desirable grass. Now, and also at initial first look, it does look like a grass. It has parallel leaf veins down the blade, and it looks very, very similar to St. Augustine. But something that we notice is it has flowering structures. And so our grassy weeds never have actual flowers, colorful flowers. They always have some type of inflorescent seed head. So this is actually a broadleaf. And so being aware of that you need a broadleaf chemical to control doveweed, and it will not be controlled by a grassy chemical. So pre-emergence can also be effective on doveweed, especially the broadleaf, and to make sure it's on the label. Post-emergent wise, we can see those 3-way combinations of 2,4-D, dicamba, mecoprop. Also, metsulfuron methyl. Be very careful. This is only labeled in certain warm season species, so please read your label. And then we see the next 3 are the active ingredients in Celsius. This also will control doveweed. And of course, spot spraying with glyphosate is also an option. Our next one is goosegrass. Goosegrass is coming up. I see it everywhere out there. It's very ID. It can be ID'd by, it kind of creates a silver, almost flat silver center, and it also has a ligule that looks jagged. It looks almost cut, and so it's very easy to tell the difference between goosegrass and crabgrass just by looking at this ligule area. A lot of times when I have homeowners send me photos of grassy weeds, or even professionals, I'll respond to them with a diagram of a grass plant that shows a ligule, and I'll say, please send me this area at the base of the leaf where it meets the sheath, because it's easy to ID our grassy weeds from that area. And so if you ever send any type of grassy weed, it's likely that I'll respond and ask you for that area of the grass. So we talked about the ID features, kind of that toothed membranous ligule and folded in the bud, besides rolled in the bud, is easily going to tell us how that plant is being formed and grown, and it can be a huge ID feature. Now with this one, pre-emergent is one of those other very, very helpful applications, because this is a summer annual weed. Considering those split applications, one to control your crabgrass if you have it, and then one a little later in the year, about 8 to 10 weeks later, generally is going to really help you get that prolonged control of goosegrass, because it does germinate a little bit later than crabgrass. And so if you put your first application out and soil temperatures didn't change very much in the next couple of weeks, we could see some potential breakthrough from the loss of residual of that initial application. So putting down that split application is really important. Post-emergence wise, we are a little bit limited. Goosegrass is one of those other weeds that is becoming resistant to some of our chemicals that used to work before. So the ones we see right now are 2,4-D, dicamba, mecaprop, plus carfentrazone, which is also known as speed zone. Next, you see that tribute total again, and then metribuzin. We are seeing some good results with this. We used to have revolver and monument as goosegrass control aids as well, but we have seen decreased efficacy with those chemicals and inconsistent control. And so these are the three chemicals that we see that are pretty useful, especially at a young goosegrass stage. Goosegrass really thrives in compacted areas. I bet you've seen it in your driveway before. And so relieving soil compaction, especially in heavily compacted soils or soils that are prone to compaction, is very important for cultural control of goosegrass. Okay, everyone's favorite, sandbur. So we have a couple of different species of sandbur, but we'll try to concentrate on field sandbur. It does have that hairy collar area, that same ligule area where we can see some definitive features of some of these grasses are really helpful in IDing. So that hairy collar, membranous ligule, the leaf blades are really smooth. They can be twisted and they can range 2 to 5 inches long. And then we get to that inflorescence that's everybody knows how to ID. Terminal spike, potentially 1 to 3 inches long, and could contain 6 to 20 spiny, hairy burrs. Wow, those are very serious things if you have them in your yard. Once as a child, I actually fell in a pit of what we call in South Carolina sand spurs. And so, these have a lot of different names. And so it was very painful. And so if you have this weed in your yard, it's very crucial to control it. Pre-emergents are effective on sandbur. Split applications, kind of just like we were talking about with goosegrass, because this can germinate all summer long. And so we really need to have that residual control all summer long. Active ingredients like pendimethalin and orazolin have really been effective in research trials. That doesn't mean that some of our other ones won't work, but these have been the ones that have been more effective. Now, post-emergent, we are getting limited. So we do have Celsius that has been pretty effective on sandbur. We do have flazosulfuron, which is the active ingredient in katana. Now, that is not going to be labeled for use in St. Augustine. So we really need to read our labels. And then we also have a Mazaquin that has had good results on sandbur. To my knowledge, these are the only ones besides MSMA, which is no longer used in residential areas, that have labeled control for sandbur in turf grass. Now, you might find differences if you are in a pasture area. We have seen some good control with the trade name Pastora. It has metsulfuron methyl in it with another chemical that is escaping me right now. But metsulfuron methyl alone may not have as good control on sandbur, but we could potentially mix it with some of these other post-emergents and we might have better control. I do not know that for a fact. So stick to these three and you might have some good results, especially if you catch it before the burr is on. You have to catch this before the burr is on. If you already have the burr, mowing and collecting your clippings is very important because we don't want to spread those burrs around your yard. Next one is yellow nut sedge. Now, we have a lot of different types of sedges, but generally in the DFW area, I'm not sure about the rest of Texas, we have a lot of yellow nut sedge. Now, we do have purple nut sedge as well, but yellow seems to thrive in a lot of our areas. But control is very similar. Sometimes we do see purple nut sedge having a little bit harder time to control. And so catching it as early as possible before that tuber development is really, really important. If you've ever heard the old age tip of sedges have edges, we do have triangular stems, which you can see by that middle photo up top. And so if you roll that stem around in your hand, it will feel like a triangle instead of a round circle like most of our grasses. And so the reason this is so hard to control is because we have not only rhizomes like this photo, but we also have what we call tubers that are coming off of those rhizomes. And so it makes it even harder to control. This is why we can't go out and pull yellow nut sedge or purple nut sedge or any of the kalingas and expect them not to come back. And so triangular stem, that long tapered leaf, no hairs on the leaf. Yellow nut sedge does have that golden seed head. Purple nut sedge has those purple seed heads. But we also have other sedges that are known as kalingas that are also very, very hard to control. But a lot of these chemicals that I'm listing on here will have effects on those as well. Now, with yellow nut sedge, we do see some options for pre-emergence, but they are very limited. One is the active ingredient metallochlor. This can get kind of expensive. Another one is prodiamine plus sulfentrazone. And so that's going to help you with those other grassy weeds and also see some control on yellow nut sedge. There is a ton of research on yellow nut sedge pre-control, preventatively controlled, but we're not there yet. But these are the only options that we currently have. Now, post-emergent, this is going to be another one of those weeds very, very similar to Dallas grass. You are going to have to make multiple applications, and likely you're going to have to do it for multiple years to get control. This is very, very hard to control weed. You need to catch it early in its life cycle before its tuber development. So early when it's coming out in the spring is is a good control time. So here are some active ingredients that are listed here: halosulfuron, imazaquin, flazosulfuron, pyramsulfuron, which is a newer product that's a newer product on the homeowner market that's going to be known by the trade name Vexus. It is coming in a shaker jar in a granular version, so if a homeowner is easy to apply, and it does have very good control and activity on nut sedges and kalingas. And then we have sulfentrazone and trifloxysulfuron. And so these are just some active ingredients. Now, these are not all. Some of these you will find in combination that do have activity on yellow nut sedge. Okay, so some general tips Post-emergent, our weeds are best treated in the spring and fall when our air temperatures are between 65 and 85. And when we get to that lower temperature range, some of our sulfonylureas really have trouble working. And when we get to hotter temperatures, our turf damage is more likely to occur. So if you are using some of these chemicals when temperatures get really hot, then expect turf damage. Or at least be open to the fact that it could occur. So some more tips for post-emergent control, do not mow immediately prior to application or after application. Mowing lessens the amount of herbicide that will come in contact with that weed surface area and will lessen the ability of that herbicide to work. So please read the label. Please follow all of the listed suggestions on the label or recommendations. So when you're treating your soil moisture should be adequate. Of course, we don't want to treat our soil whenever it's at field capacity or completely saturated. But when our soil is stressed by drought and our plants are stressed by drought, weed control is going to be less successful. It's going to be poor. Turf damage may even occur. We actually need our weeds to be healthy for these herbicides to work. And so the more stressed out a weed is, the less efficacious a herbicide may be. Some general warnings. Atrazine can damage Bermuda grass, so please do not use atrazine on Bermuda grass. 2,4-D and dicamba mixes can damage St. Augustine. If you use those products, those labels will have a reduced rate, and so please follow that rate. If you use glyphosate, which is a non-selective, it can injure most plants, and you should use it with great caution. Now, glyphosate will not work on clover, and it will not work on sedge. So when you're spraying these chemicals, pre-emergent or post-emergent, you really need to be mindful of the drift if you're spraying, or off-target movement if you're using granulars, or and the effects on your nearby plants. Every spring we get some type of call about shrubs being damaged by the use of some of these chemicals, so really, really be careful. And if you're deciding to use a weed and feed product, please consult your local extension agent for proper timing. These products can be good if they are used properly, but I have seen disastrous effects of weed and feeds. And so please follow the label. Please take a soil test to make sure you are using the appropriate fertilizer ratio and fertilizer in general. And then there's the moment you realize you grabbed the wrong spray. You accidentally used a chemical that you didn't need. Please read the label. This is kind of funny, but this does happen. If you are using a sprayer, it's not a bad idea to have one for selective chemicals and one for non-selective chemicals, especially if you are using glyphosate. We don't want to use a glyphosate sprayer for a selective chemical because residues can stick around. Triple rinsing those, maybe even using ammonia to clean out your sprayers is a very, very good idea. We don't want any herbicide residues sticking around, or fungicide residues for that matter. There are other forms of weed control, using mechanical control, even fire. That's really fun to use. So if you have 1, 2, 3 weeds in your yard, consider using another form and not using a chemical. If you can successfully and efficiently pull that out of your yard, then please consider a use of another form of weed control. Okay, so I know I'm a little bit over time already probably, but I am going to briefly talk about insect management in turf. Now, these are not all the insects. We're only going to talk about 3, and I do realize there are other issues, so please contact me if you need help with any other insects. So just like with weeds and diseases, proper ID is key. So we need to know our enemy. Now, there's a lot of beneficial insects out there. There's parasitoids, there's decomposers, predators, pollinators, weed feeders. Now, we need to realize which of these insects are actually going to harm our grass and which ones are actually just going to help us with some of our other problems. So the first one we're going to talk about is probably the most common one, which are thatch and root infesting pests. First is white grubs. Now, white grubs are root eaters. You're going to cause your turf to pull up easily, but not all white grubs are problems. Now, the ones that we are going to focus on as problems are the May June beetle, the first one, and our mass chafer here in the middle. So we do have 3 species of grubs that are actually going to harm our turf. Now, the green June beetle, you might be seeing that one out soon. It is not going to be having an effect on our turf grass. And so you might see those grubs out there, and likely those grubs will be on their back. They're a lot larger. As you can see, they are not going to be harming our grass. And so we'll talk about the ones that will. I think that Dr. Bowling put out a note on, grubs that are present aren't hurting your lawn a couple months ago. But in this next May, June, July zone, depending on where you are in the state, we might start seeing the ones that could harm our grass. Okay, so these are our underground root feeders. Typically, we need 5 to 10 grubs per square feet to start causing damage. And there's a range there because the different species cause damage at different populations. And so we see these as annual insects, 1 generation per year. Typically, our adults will emerge in June or July. If you're in the southern part of the state, maybe late May, June. If you're in the northern part of the state, in the DFW area, we'll see the emergence in July. Now, I have best treatment is in July, and that is for the northern part of the state. The best treatment may be in June or late May if you are in the southern part of the state. Okay, so for management, we want to inspect for injury, count those numbers per square foot, especially if we've never had grubs in the past. Now, if you're really interested in figuring out which one you have, you can look at those butt hairs on those grubs. Up here in the top left, we have different patterns on these grubs, and we can check which ones we have. Now, turf can tolerate more annual white grubs than our other species. And so it's very interesting. If you really want to know, you can get out there and examine them, and that would be really cool. Please let me know if you do that. And so we need to make sure our chemical treatments are applied at the appropriate time and with the appropriate conditions for maximum efficacy of these products. So not only proper timing, but moist soil conditions, watering in the insecticide, and then following your label directions are so important. A lot of entomologists will actually say pre-watering is probably more important than post-watering for insecticides. So really following the label and making sure your moisture in your soil is up to par is really important, because when we pre-water, that will help float or bring our insecticides up to the soil surface, which will provide more control by our insecticide. Okay, so here's our life cycle, what we're going to be looking at. So depending on where you are in the state, our preventative applications, especially if you know you've had white grub problems in the past. Now, if you've never had a white grub problem in the past, then preventative applications may not be for you. This is really important if we know they're there, if we know they're coming back. So preventatively, it makes the plants toxic before the eggs are laid. Now, there's a next stage, is curative. That's when we see the grubs present, but there's no above the ground injury present. Then our last stage is going to be rescue. That's after we see actual damage that's happening. A lot of times grub damage can look exactly like drought damage. So that's why it's important to get out there and figure out and scout see if you've got grubs or not. Now, we do have a couple of different options for preventative, depending on where you are in the state, May, June, or July. We have insect growth regulators that will have an impact on how those insects are growing. And then we have what we call neonicotinoids. Now, we really need to take care if we are applying neonicotinoids. Neonicotinoids are actually kind of on the chopping block in some cases, especially for residential use, just because of pollinators. Now, if you're one of those people that love the clover or love the dandelions in your yard, which I applaud you, there's nothing wrong with that, but you find yourself with a grub problem, best way to do is you need to mow off those flowering structures before putting down these insecticides. That will help prevent the pollinators from coming to your yard while the insecticide is active. And so we've seen a lot of good results in research trials in having less of an impact on those pollinators. And so please mow off your flowering structures in your yard and then apply the insecticide if that's what you decide to do. Okay. Now, like I said earlier, these are not generally recommended unless you have seen this area consistently infested over time. Now, we do have some other active ingredients that we might recommend as more of a late season or a rescue treatment, just because those grubs are a lot larger and they need a lot more oomph, if you want to say, to kill those instead of at a smaller size like preventative. So these chemicals might be a little bit more powerful. Now, this is a photo that Dr. Merchant took, and it's at a golf course, and this just kind of looks like scalping damage or maybe drought stress. And so this is why it's so important to go out and scout for insects to make sure what you really have and not just throw it off as, oh, I just need to water that area more. You really need to go out and figure out what you've got going on. So we talked about this earlier, tips for successful curative treatment or a rescue treatment. You really need to water your lawn about 24 hours before your application. Typically 1 to 1.5 inches of water will help bring those grubs closer to the surface, and that will help that insecticide have more of an effect. Whenever possible, I always recommend a homeowner to use a granular pesticide, whether it's an insecticide, whether it's a fungicide, whether it's a herbicide. Please try to use a granular rather than a liquid. It just makes it easier for you to apply that chemical. Now, watering lightly immediately to activate an insecticide and wash it down into the soil surface is very important. Please follow your label. This is a group of students that was doing a research trial where they were physically counting the grubs and trying to figure out how the treatments worked or if treatments were necessary in some areas. Very fun. Okay, leaf and stem infesting pests. Chinch bugs are our next one we're going to talk about. So chinch bugs are mostly going to infect St. Augustine. They really prefer St. Augustine grass, and really the nymphs are going to be what are eating and injecting potential toxins into our grass. And so here's a photo of nymphs on up to adults. Adults are going to be our last two that have that kind of X or Y coloring on the back of their wings. Now, these are typically found in sunny, open areas of St. Augustine that really likes hot, dry times of the year. So that's when we see our damage is greatest, typically in the summer, maybe early fall, whenever our conditions are very, very hot and dry. And so what really happens is those nymphs they're feeding on the grass by piercing it with their needle-like mouth parts, and they're taking out the plant liquids. Now, initially, it may appear as yellowing. You might think it's something else. You might think it's a nutrient deficiency. You might think it's drought. You might think it's grubs. And so this is where it's really important, again, for scouting. Scouting is very, very important. A lot of times our populations are concentrated near the soil surface, which does make it a little easy to get those guys out, and so we can see what's going on. So now this is a photo I love to show where the chinch bugs are being very picky, and so they ate all the St. Augustine grass but left all the other grass. And so we see that very typically, especially with Bermuda grass. We see populations of Bermuda grass being left behind while St. Augustine gets eaten by these bugs. And so it's very, very interesting how some of these insects can prefer a turf grass over the other. Maybe that St. Augustine is a little bit more sweeter than Bermuda grass. I don't know. So the damage thresholds on these are 25 bugs per square foot. And you can see how small they are. This is an example of them on a St. Augustine plant. And so how you can find these is you can examine areas next to either dead spots in your yard or along edges of pavement where it's going to be even hotter. So we can take a core of our grass if we want to. We can place it in a plastic bag. We can sit it in the sun and we can watch those insects come out of those grasses or out of the grass plug. Another one, which is my favorite one, is we can insert a 6-inch coffee can into the ground next to our dead grass area and fill it with water, and we'll watch insects float up into that. Now, you have to be aware that some of our other bugs will sometimes look like chinch bugs. Up here, we have a chinch bug. On the right, we have another type of bug, which is escaping me right now. But a lot of our insects will look very, very similar to each other. So knowing how to ID them is very, very important. So here are some common active ingredients for chinch bug control. You might see some of these are very similar to some of our other ones. So there's currently no prevention for chinch bug control chemically, and so you do have to treat it once they are out there. Okay, our last one we're going to talk about today is armyworms, specifically fall armyworms. These are green, they could be brown, almost black, with a yellow Y inverted on its head. If you look at this top photo right here, you see a yellow Y on the head capsule, which makes it very easy to ID from some of our other worms. They can be up to 1.5 inches long, and they can have multiple generations. So adults can lay eggs in short turf. But the good thing about these is typically these do really prefer Bermuda grass, and they are only going to eat the leaves. And so if you take care of this infestation, you will see your grass regrow, because Bermuda grass is very resilient and it can regrow from underground structures. And so, of course, control is going to be more effective the smaller the larvae are. Look for window painting on the grass leaves, which is just eating sections of the leaf and leaving what almost looks like a clear window pane on the leaf. You can use a disclosing solution on your lawn to give an indication of what you're dealing with, which is you just pouring a soapy flush on your lawn. Threshold is 5 per square yard. And this is a very typical insecticides, which are very conventional, which you might have seen in the past. Here's our disclosing solution. I knew I had a slide on this. 1 tablespoon of dish soap per 1 gallon of water. Research has found that lemon-scented soap works the best. They just seem to prefer that over some of our other scents. So you can apply it with water to that infested area, and insects can emerge within a minute to figure out what kind of population you have. So you can kind of do like the guy up top, and you can grid out your section and see how many you have coming up to see if treatment is necessary. So in conclusion, with all of our pests, the best defense is a dense, healthy stand of turfgrass. And so please, if you have any questions, let me know. We will do a Facebook Live event next Monday for weeds and insects. But in the meantime, please visit our aggieturf.tamu.edu website, where our publications tab has all of our publications dealing with insects, diseases, weeds, to help you out. And if you need me, please contact me. I answer email better. And I hope everyone's having a good day, and see you next time. Bye.